The meeting is called to order. Welcome, everyone, to the South Walton Annex for our January 28th BCC meeting. Can you not hear me? Okay. Are there any elected officials in the audience that we would like to recognize? Steve Young, yes, Steve Young from Mosquito, stand up, please. Yeah, from South Walton Mosquito Control. Thank you for being here. Okay. We have 4 commissioners in attendance today. Commissioner Anderson is not here, so it will just be the 4 of us. Jason, are you still here? Would you lead us into the invocation and the pledge? Thank you.
Let us pray. Lord Jesus, we humbly come before you today. We lift you up. We exalt you. We thank you for your grace and the many gifts that you give us that we don't deserve. And we thank you for holding back judgment that we do deserve, and that's your great mercy. And we just honor you today, ask you to touch every mind and heart in this place. Let everybody come to the best decision for our county, unify us, and just help us to move forward with what you want us to do. And we just give you all the glory. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mr. Sunday, would you show us any additions or deletions?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Madam Chair. We have 2 addition requests. First is from the county attorney, requesting approval to schedule and advertise a special meeting for an executive session regarding park properties, GA LLC, that being Martin Peavy versus Walton County, case number 2021-CA-438. And additionally, we have a request to approve for staff. This will go under engineering. Request approval for staff to install a 3-way or an all-way stop at Allen Loop Drive and Bunker Place Drive intersection.
Thank you.
Motion to approve the agenda with those additions.
Second.
Motion is second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Okay. Any public comments? If you are not going to be here while something is going to be brought up today that's on the agenda, if you're not going to be here, you're able to speak now. Is there anyone that would like to speak to anything? Okay, seeing none, thank you. Okay, any additions or deletions from the consent agenda? I would like to remove number 9 and number 18 for discussion.
And for the record, those items are the quarterly reports from engineering and from Public Works.
And basically, the reason I wanted to do that is so that you all would know what we're doing, what we're up to, what the good things that have happened in the county. So rather than put that on the consent agenda, I'd like you to see it, hear it.
Motion to approve the consent agenda with those changes.
Second.
We have a motion and second. All in favor, say aye.
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 Motion passes. Okay. Mr. Sunday?
Let's go ahead with citizen request. The first citizen request is Mr. Steve Young. The request to uphold the stormwater component of the Land Development Code at the Botanic project. Mr. Young.
Hello. Please state your name.
Steve Young, Y-O-U-N-G. All right, I'm here today to talk about Botanic, major development 4013. This is a request to uphold the Land Development Code. I'm going to make 3 points. First point is, when did we know planning was not going to uphold the Land Development Code for Botanic? And the answer to that is April of 2022. So this is quite a while ago. How do we know? Well, Dewberry, who was reviewing the stormwater plans at the time, refused to answer the question, does Botanic uphold the land development code? This is the county's group that reviews the things, refused to answer that question. Why? Because it didn't uphold the code, right? So then planning had a choice to make. They could either move Botanic back and have it restart the process and investigate it, right? Or let it go forwards. The decision was made and it went forwards. Okay, second point. When did the developer, or how did the developer circumvent the land development code to obtain approvals? I'm going to talk about the TRC, then the BCC. In the TRC, here the developer filed certified stormwater plans he knew was non-compliant. How do we know those plans were non-compliant? It's the go to the Florida Board of Engineers. They reviewed those and found that they were negligent. They ruled did not uphold the LDC. Okay, so then how did the developer circumvent the LDC for the BCC? This is the August 25th one where it was approved. Here, the developer council pushed for a quasi-judicial meeting. Why was that important? It's important because here, the residents, we had commissioned our own stormwater plan, and it showed the shortfalls. There were 6 major areas where it didn't. We had the plan that we were going to go to the meeting, show these, and we were not allowed to present those. So that's how they got around it. Last point is liability risk to Walton County. I think it's gone through the roof. Why is this a major concern? And here I'll go to, it's September 25th, 2024. This is when the stormwater ponds on the, were designed to be dry. We did not recover in 72 hours, which is what the LDC says. 10 to 12 days later, they were still wet and then it rained again. So that's the proof that the land development code has not been met. An example of liability, right? Why am I concerned about liability? Think of it as one, there's a lot of reasons, is a health risk. Let's say a child gets seriously sick or even drowns in the pond, right? These are ponds that are supposed to be dry but are wet. The cause, if it's pinpointed to those ponds, that is a huge liability risk for Walton County because you've approved something that you knew didn't meet the land development code and never did anything to prevent that. Okay, so here's my, I'm a little nervous, sorry. That leads into the liability risk. I think there is a way we can mitigate the liability risk. One is, has Walton County notified Botanic, the developer, their stormwater plans failed to meet the land development code? I don't think we have. I think a great way to mitigate the risk would be for us to do that. And in that, I think we need to say that it's not just you don't meet them. You filed 6 plans altogether. None of those stormwater plans meet the code. I think that's a huge issue. So then comes to the big issue. This is where myself and I think in planning we disagree. Obviously I want you to uphold the land development code and I want you to suspend the, if you can, there is time, to the development order. Now, and this is a fair point. On the planning side, they're worried about the developer suing us. I think that's a fair issue, except, we have a developer who habitually misled Walton County Planning and the commissioners by submitting 6 non-compliant stormwater plans. They misled you every step of the process to get approval. I think that really reduces the risk of the developer suing us. So with that, I think there are options Walton County has. And here in summary, I'm just going to say residents rely on planning and commissioners to uphold the land development code, right? And here we have a failure to uphold the land development code harms residents and the environment. And there's the 3 points. Planning New Dewberry refused to answer the question, does Botanic uphold the code? The developer intentionally circumvented the system, and the county liability risk was dramatically increased. Hence, I want you to write a serious letter stating those facts to the developer to get them to stop until they put in a viable plan, which, by the way, can't happen, physically impossible. And if that is the case, then I suggest that you suspend the development order and you don't let that project go forwards. That is my statement.
Thank you very much, Mr. Young. I wanted to let everybody in the audience know, if you don't know what the Botanic is or where the Botanic is, it was the golf garden in Miramar Beach. And now it is well on its way to, I want to say 328 apartments. And that pond that you're talking about, I think we really need to look into this. I think we need to, because to your point, well taken. Now, I'm not sure, did the Florida Board of Engineers, are they out of Pensacola?
I think Tallahassee.
Tallahassee.
And they reviewed, just to be clear on that, you know, I've filed twice with the Florida Board of Professional Engineers, actually 3 times. The first one against the developer's engineer, Core Engineering, well, then giving you his name. Those were the first 4 plans, okay? And those were the ones that are ruled on. I filed again for plan number 5, which is the one that the BCC, the one that you approved, that does not meet the code, as well as they changed that and added a whole bunch of storage to get approval from Northwest Florida Water Management to do that one. And we know that one doesn't work because the ponds are wet. So those are the 2 against the engineer. The second ruling hasn't happened yet. There are 2 other rulings against Dewberry. In both of those, they were found that they got written up because they were certifying things but not signing them, okay? I can go into
Okay,
details, but that's enough.
Thank you, I appreciate that. But I would like to maybe would you be willing, Stan, to set up a meeting with Mr. Young and look into this further?
Yeah, I've got tons of data. Everything I have there's lots on the county server with emails, each one of the TRCs and BCCs. You've seen other emails from me. Happy to meet with you, just let me know when.
Thank you, okay, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much. I
You're very
appreciate
welcome.
that.
Thank you.
Madam Chair?
Yes,
I think the other side would like to talk.
come on up.
My name's Ed Stanford. I'm with Core Engineering and Consulting. Mr. Young has really run a lot of interference on this project since day one. We were approved. We're under construction. This is still interference, in my opinion. We understand that that site has been completely turned upside down during the construction. We're well aware, and the county is well aware, and the DOT is well aware, and the Water Management District is well aware of the conditions out there right now. This project is not done. If this project does not perform as it was intended to perform, by the time we get to a CO, we will not receive a CO. And that is the end of the story. There is no reason to stop this project right now. We are in process with all 3 jurisdictions, and I think this is just interference, personally.
Well, he has a right to speak, and so he was given his right to speak, and I actually would like to see it investigated a little bit.
That's fine.
So, thank you.
I have a right to speak as well.
Okay.
And represent my client and the project.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. What's next?
Anything else?
No, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Commissioners. The next item is presentation and request for approval of the Walton County Economic Development Alliance quarterly report from Mr. Matthews.
Hello, Mr. Matthews.
Hello, Board. Uriah Matthews, U-R-I-A-H, Matthews with 2 T's for the record. Got some little documents to hand here. So I'd like to comment. I think you all know that I can speak to a great extent and present for quite a bit. I had originally intended a grand presentation, but upon going over the idea of doing that presentation today, I was sort of focused in on providing the quarterly report, and my goal here is to give a highlight of what we've been working on, and I can also speak to the details of some of those items. As you know, we've talked in the past about getting too detailed or public upon projects we are currently working on. But for example, on the activities to increase new business, out of those 11 that we worked in the last quarter, 2 of them have seen progress. One of them actually did transact in a land purchase in the quarter, and another one, we actually received an update today that they are currently in leasing negotiations. Another item is actually one that we're currently working with county administration to potentially take down about 1.5 acres in the Mossy Head Industrial Park. So that project will most likely come before the county in a manner to potentially approve a sale or lease of land at the Mossy Head Industrial Park on county property. The 2 expanding businesses, those were, one of them, and I'll clarify, one of them was a Walton County-based business, and then the other one was actually an Okaloosa-based business. So I'm not sure if you would consider that new or expansion, but I just wanted to clarify that for you as well. And particularly, the one in Okaloosa was actually a defense-related project. Number of new jobs created, that is 0. And to provide some color there, it will quarter to quarter, a lot of the time, remain 0. Projects typically take around 3 years to complete to fruition, from initial conversations to land acquisitions to finding the right site, et cetera. And as I mentioned, the project that transacted on land, it's moving rather swiftly. I think it'll be shorter than a 3-year fruition. So I am excited to hopefully talk about jobs sooner rather than later on that project. And then what I did is, on the positioning the county for future growth, I included just general economic development items that we've been working on. So economic development, as you've probably heard me say before, is not just job creation. It's ensuring the conditions for a great community that results in being attractive to economic development. This board may not be aware, but we've been working on a program through the state called the Florida Trails Initiative, and they have a Gateway Community Program that is being worked out and has been approved for the city of Definiak Springs. They're going to become an official gateway community on the Florida Trail. That will provide them notoriety in their advertising, and it'll also provide some interesting incentive for a few local businesses that we've identified in the Definiak Springs area that are referred to as gateway friendly, so they'll be advertised on the trail. And then they have a passport and stamp program, so it encourages, again, more business in those communities. I had 2 recruitment meetings. We did have one new investor come on board. One of the things I've heard, and I just want to say this to demonstrate the involvement there, is that we've got to do more to develop the relationship with the defense industry. So we did have a one-on-one with the executive director last quarter as well. And while that necessarily doesn't result in direct business development, it results in continued improved relationships with our partner, Team Eglin, and helps us with potential opportunities in the future. One of those is obviously the road and infrastructure initiatives we've been working on as well. We hosted actually the Small Business Development Center Northwest Florida Division actually in the offices. That was a great opportunity for us to, again, relationship build with that team. That team is committed to, at no cost, assisting community members develop small businesses, and I'll have another update on that towards the end. The team and I, Lionel Poston and myself, we attended a site selectors meeting that Florida's Great Northwest hosted in Pensacola. That is the idea that I get to go to a meeting, represent our community, learn what site selectors are looking for in the market, and attempt to not only build relationships there for future opportunities and the ability to market assets that we build in our community. We held our first ever strategic planning committee meeting. I hope you all appreciate this, considering our last strategic plan cost the county $130,000. Our board has made a decision to treat the strategic plan as a living document with the idea that we don't need to spend $130,000 again. If we steward that strategic plan in economic development, we hopefully can save the county some money. So that group plans on meeting quarterly to try to steward that strategic plan. And our first meeting, what we did is we went over a history of strategic planning at the EDA. There's been like 4 created since 2010, except for one at cost. So again, our goal there is to save money and assist the community. We also went over the idea of developing another core focus, which is community development. Again, that speaks to the infrastructure, water, sewer expansion, et cetera, in our community. We hosted a business leadership council at Frost Lane Farms. So part of our vertical core focus areas is agriculture and agritourism. So Frost Lane Farms is a great, you could call it both, facility in Walton County. They grow cattle. They have a really neat experience where folks can go and learn hands-on with their kids. I took my kids up there after we had it. So we did the flower fields and the persimmon farm, the persimmon orchard, et cetera. So what the business leadership did is, and to explain what that is that is our group of private investors as well as members of your staff. Commissioner Anderson is on the BLC. We took everybody up there, and our goal is to just light torches to bear the good news and explain what is going on in Walton County. We got some great coverage for Frost Lane Farms with WJHG when we were there, and I got a call afterwards saying they just got thousands of calls afterwards, and I don't know if it was technically thousands, but they got a lot of calls because that was broadcast, and in their peak season were able to attract visitors out to that area. The next part is we actually started a program to host that Small Business Development Center team every other Monday at our facility, and that is at no cost. Previously, a few years ago, there was actually an arrangement with the SBDC that the EDA paid to have somebody come out and spend time to do this very thing. This is of no cost as of now, and they are out here to facilitate business growth in Walton County. And on that, we have our first starting a business workshop that the Small Business Development Center is hosting. That'll be February 10th from 9 to noon at my office at Northwest Florida State College. And I'll actually be sending out imagery and links that you can share on social so that we drive attendance. And then lastly, we attended the Rural Economic Development Summit in Ocala, where we learned about rural issues. And on that topic, we've also scheduled ourselves to go to Rural County Days, I think, to present in a manner that has not been presented before by this county, and put a really big foot forward from an economic development perspective at that county days, for Rural County Days. And then I added a section, so please, I'm open to feedback if you'd rather not have notables there, but I thought there were some things to know about. We worked with emergency management to create the ESF 18 registration. That will help us, and that registration will grow. That will help our county in times of emergency. The EDA and the chamber, we serve on emergency management to facilitate response, because response is often taken by the private sector. So where are the relationships maintained, et cetera. For example, during the snowstorm, I was making many calls to our grocers, our Walmart, Publix, et cetera, throughout the county to find out hours and communicate back to emergency management so that we could all bear that load together. We kicked off a review type audit with Carr, Riggs & Ingram for fiscal year 2020, 2021, and we've got 2 more of those years to do. We did some team building effort with the Honor Foundation for mock interviews, and then I will send you an assessment. I have it labeled as attached. I'm sorry, my printing stopped working on the way out. So I will send you all an assessment that was done actually by the International Economic Development Council at no cost to us through a US EDA grant to an assessment of economic development in our community that was done by an economic development professional at no cost. And then we had one new investor, which was the Emerald Coast Logistics Center, and I'd be happy to take any questions.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
do you have an update on the effort to get passing lanes on Highway 20?
I do not, actually, I did briefly talk about that with Administrator Sunday recently, and I think he and I need to clarify some items, and I will get that to you as soon as I can.
Have you had any direct contact with anybody to bring jobs to the county? Have you brought a direct contact with a business to open up a new business for the county to bring jobs?
Yes, ma'am, that is covered in the part that says projects worked. Those are, I'm in direct contact with 11 businesses looking to do new business in Walton County. Yes, ma'am.
Did you have any direct contact with the Amazon that is coming here?
I'm not going to comment on that one.
Okay. Not sure why that's so cloak and dagger, but okay.
Yeah, may I clarify?
Let me say something first. It seems like you do a lot of meetings, and now you're involved in emergency management and in roadways. I thought that the whole purpose was bringing businesses to the county. And I just don't see it, and that's what we're paying for. We're paying to bring new businesses. And with our new administration, and I believe we're going to have a lot of more opportunities than we've had in the past, because a lot of businesses that may have been overseas may be coming to the United States, and it would be really nice to kind of really jump and see what we can bring to this area.
Yes, ma'am. How much would you like me to speak to that?
Very little.
I'd like to
Okay.
hear it.
Well, I think there's a couple items. Again, I want to remind everybody, when businesses seek to do business in new markets, they do not seek to have their business details exposed, and I have to maintain some level of confidence among potential suitors to our community that I'm not going to expose their decisions in our community.
I understand that, but can you not expose them to us individually?
Oh, I've welcomed any private conversations with you every time I've addressed this podium. Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
I would like that.
Yes, ma'am. Absolutely. Would love to do that. And secondly, there is maybe a misunderstanding of what economic development is. It is not solely the seeking of jobs. I mean, my engagement in emergency management is literally a state and federal function where economic development agencies are literally listed as very often across the board the designated agency to handle business and relationships, business and industry response to natural disasters. So I'd be happy to talk in more detail with that one-on-one if you'd like about the breadth of economic development.
Well, we do have an emergency management team that's, quite hardy. So that's okay. I don't want to get into that. That's really okay. That's fine. If that's what your job is, that's fine. Does anyone else have any questions for him?
Motion to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any comments from the board? None? Any comments from the audience? Yes, Ms. Harris?
I know that Uriah
Please
can't.
state your name.
Oh, I'm sorry. Suzanne Harris. Listen. I know Uriah is talking about he can't talk about things in the future, but I would like to hear what he has, one company he's brought here since he got the job. I'd like to hear, has anybody been in front of planning, the ZBA? Has anybody started a new project that he was totally involved in,
Thank you.
bringing to us?
Thank you.
Not somebody that came here and wanted to do the project and had to call me, and I had to meet with Clay and people to help him get in. One that Uriah found and brought to this county.
Thank you. Would you like to respond to that, Mr. Matthews?
I think we should hear from the public, and at the end, I can respond to.
Is there anyone else that would like to speak? Yes, sir.
Michael Knapp, being in business, one of the things that I've learned is it takes years for companies to make major decisions, in particular in our political climate. It's not easy over the last 4 years for a business to make a dramatic decision to move from one location to another, to establish a business in our area. I love that we have had the opportunity. I look at Freeport, I look at Defuniak, and those are ample places for industries to come here, but it takes 5, 10, 15 years of business development, those kind of things to get people to make those decisions. And I appreciate his efforts. It gets discouraging, mostly in this political climate. So I don't think expecting a business to come here overnight is something logical. I like the fact that we're a tourism industry, and I like that he's trying to bring both environmental, agricultural, and manufacturing, all that. I've heard some things that he's been up to. Those things aren't going to happen overnight. So anyway, I just want to make that comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Seeing none?
So as I addressed initially right off the bat, typical fruition of an economic development project is about 3 years. I think it's important to clarify with Ms. Harris's comments to address the idea. I think she's leaning towards the idea of what have I gone out and attracted that was not otherwise interested in doing business here until I spoke to them. I believe that's a good intention, and it is something we're working on correcting for. However, our community was not set up to be immediately marketed in that way, and there's a reason for that. We don't have assets in our community to go out and proactively market to a great extent economic development. And what I mean by that is we have an industrial park at Woodlawn that only has 16 acres available to it. There is Woodlawn, which has a very small number of acres. And one thing that I've been working on over my time here is normalizing our processes and our program to make sure that we are set up for a more fruitful future. What do I mean by that? Site development of the EDA has traditionally been looked at, as far as I can tell, as a function of the EDA. Mossy Head was an interesting development that I think was created from a land trade-off, et cetera, and it was a unique experience. And it's also gone when I arrived here. There's a property I won't comment on there, but it was essentially gone. If I am to go out to the market to attempt to attract people here, they have to say, what are you selling? And I have to work with private partner relationships at this point because we have very little public offering. So there is a private industrial park that is, I'm working very closely with in Freeport. It's nearly 600 acres. That is going to be an amazing opportunity, but it is not readily available today. Anybody that is interested in coming to this community, I seek to connect them with landowners that are relatively suitable for their interests. I am a champion of this community in that form. There will come a day when I have the ability to go out and market an asset that we have and be involved, which I believe is the intention of Ms. Harris, involved from start to finish to say, I went out and got somebody that was never interested, which is, I believe, really the best way to do it. But we're gonna have to take steps as an alliance, and what I mean by that is the 4 alliance members. We'll ultimately have to choose what type of assets we invest in so that I can go market. I've actually developed a template, a marketing agreement that will probably first, I hope, to be first signed by Defuniak Springs. We're working through what that looks like, and it'll be first used for industrial properties that the city owns at the airport. It will set the stage on, okay, Mr. Alliance Partner, Defuniak Springs, what would you like me to put here from an industrial code standpoint? What kind of businesses and industry would you like me to target? Then I will develop a plan to go out and attack events that are fruitful for their goals. And I hope we can also do that with the county at some point as well. And at that time, I hope I will be able to say great things about what we're doing to attract businesses to Walton County.
Thank you. I do have a question. Has he provided you, Melissa, with the finances and everything that he's done? Okay, so you've got a copy of that? Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We have a motion and a second, and I believe that Mr. Curry made this, or Commissioner Curry made the second, so we could go ahead and take the vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Nay. 2-1. Oh, no, it's 3-1.
Well, he
He's
hasn't
already-
voted.
he-
Well, he
Oh,
seconded
okay,
it.
he, oh,
You-
do we
you
need
can't,
to
but you
wait?
No, but it passed either way, so.
Okay,
Had
okay.
it been two, had it, I guess we can't wait and let him weigh in because it would tie to the case. You can vote against your second, you can't vote against your own motion, but we'll give him a chance when he comes back in.
Okay, should we just move forward until then? Okay,
I think the rules do state that you have to weigh in on a vote when you come back into the
Yeah.
room.
okay,
He has to vote.
okay,
Because he was part of the motion process, you're correct. But we can move on until then.
okay,
But,
thank
but all we
you.
were doing was adopting the report that was submitted.
And agreeing to provide the quarterly
The
number.
funding. See, that was my issue, is the funding. Okay,
I'll be standing by if there's any further discussion needed,
okay,
just outside.
thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Sunday?
Madam Chair, while we're waiting on Commissioner Curry to come back, would be okay to move forward with the quarterly reports from Engineering and Public Works.
Okay.
Chance?
It's okay. Before you start, Chance, we need your vote on the last, I know you seconded it.
Aye.
Okay, thank you.
3-1 to the record, Madam Clerk.
Yeah, Chance Powell, Walton County Engineering. Just wanted to give a quarterly update that we do every quarter. Real quick, we have, right now, we've got about a little over 50 projects that we're managing through various stages of permitting, construction, design, and that's being done with 12 of our continuing engineering consultants. Several of these projects, of those 50 projects, are also done in-house, that we work very closely with Public Works, beach management, beach maintenance, and facilities maintenance. Management and maintenance of all the traffic signals in the county is handled in the engineering department, and we also have a consultant with Griffin Traffic Signals who does the actual field work. But we do everything within the county with the exception of the signals within the city of Defuniak Springs. We've processed a little over 80 utility placement permits within the county's public right-of-way and a little over 80 development order reviews this quarter. Currently, we have 12 active executed grant agreements that we're working on in the county, administering those through FDOT funding opportunities. Those 12 grants right now are totaling a little over $39 million. We have 8 grants that we're currently seeking through the application process. All the grants that engineering deals with is through the FDOT funding opportunities. We really don't deal too much with like FERDAP grants and other grants that are part related. Some of our recent projects that are coming to completion is the building department's building there in Defuniak. It should be ready for substantial completion first of next month. Around the 8th of next month, actually. They're working through punch list items now. Another project that we just recently completed, actually going through substantial completion punch list items, is the Rock Hill Road Phase 1 project. And just to touch on that, I also wanted to mention that FDOT has recently put out their 5-year work program for this next 5 years, and they had a signal identified for 2026 at the intersection of Rock Hill Road and 331. I know Commissioner Curry, you well aware of that. Just want to make sure the public was aware that that was coming in 2026 by FDOT. If y'all have any other questions or comments, I'll be glad to answer them. If anybody's looking for more information, you can find more information on the county's website under the engineering department.
Thank you very much. I know you guys stay really busy, and I appreciate the fact that, everything that you're doing. And we're looking forward to the new lights and all the other good things that are going on. So thank you very much. I know you work hard.
Yes, ma'am. Thank y'all.
Thank you.
Chance,
Yes.
while you're up, do you mind go ahead and addressing the intersection, the addition that was the intersection at Allen Loop Drive and Bunker
Bunker.
Place Drive?
Yes, we have a drainage improvement project there on Allen Loop to address some nuisance drainage there. Within that project, we included a three-way stop condition at the corner of Allen Loop, at the intersection of Allen Loop and Bunker Place. It's my understanding that the residents out there would like for that to happen much quicker than our funding is going to be available through Triumph, or through the Treasury to fund that project. Anytime that we add an all-way stop condition, change an intersection like that is through the direction of the board. We're in support of that. Obviously, it was in our project, but if the board wants us to go ahead and implement that, give us the go-ahead, we'll go through the process through that. What we'll do is we'll put up some message boards, we'll put up the signs, we'll put up the stop bars, we'll bag the signs. The message boards will notify the public that that will be an all-way stop condition in 2 weeks. We'll go through that process, and then ultimately it will be an all-way stop condition.
Motion to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any comments from the audience on that three-way stop? Any from the board? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Thank you very,
Thank you.
very
We'll
much.
get
I know
going.
they're going to appreciate that because, and I know that your hands are tied right now with the Treasury giving you the money, that it's already been approved and everything. It's just a matter of waiting for them to hand it to you.
Sure.
So that's why we don't have the stormwater
Project underway.
project completed or started, but this will help. So thank you very
Yes,
much.
ma'am.
Appreciate
Thank
it.
Chair,
Yes, sir.
one quick question.
Sure.
Where are we at on the 147 and Highway 2 caution light?
We've got a quote for that. Has the board approved? We said we were not going to bring that to the board. I think Scott Caraway might be able to provide some information on that. We were going to pay for that out of maintenance.
Okay.
So I can get with Public Works and make sure. I know we discussed maybe bringing it to the board or not, but I think we handle it under maintenance. And we've already gotten a quote for it. Quote's well under the signing authority, so we can get that underway.
Thank you.
So it'll be a caution light at 147 and 2. And that will be done with some equipment that was left over from the intersection at 283 and 38 in Grayton. We have some leftover equipment there. It'd be great to repurpose it at that place, and I think it'd serve the public well.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Thank
Great,
you.
thank you. Did you want to bring Scott up next?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Commissioners. The next item is Scott Caraway, Public Works, and the quarterly report for Public Works.
You might have an answer for Commissioner Gladwell's question, right?
I do. Yes, as Chance mentioned, we're going to pay for that out of our maintenance budget, so, and we're repurposing some equipment from another job site, so that's something we just got to get scheduled now that we got the quote and get it installed. So,
It might-
coming soon.
It might be a good time to mention that Mr. Wright's not here because of the loss of his father.
That's true, and thank you very much for bringing that up. Buddy Wright, our Director of Public Works, has lost his father, and we send our condolences to him and our thoughts and our prayers to his family. So, thank you. Thank you for being here.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Again, thank you for this opportunity. So just kind of want to go over some of the projects that was accomplished through our Public Works Department this last quarter. We maintain about 1,048 miles of county right-of-way. On that right-of-way, our men and women of Public Works, they perform many duties from mowing to weed eating, guardrail maintenance, street signs, just numerous stormwater management. So there's a lot of activities they do, but they maintain about 1,048 miles of right-of-way within the county. Our fleet maintenance facility, they completed right at 1,450 work orders to maintain and repair our equipment and keep us where we've got stuff to work with. They've recycled up approximately 400 gallons of used oil in our fleet maintenance facility. Our crews have hauled off about 2,800 tons of vegetative debris to the landfill for road clearing projects. We were able to process 197 driveway connection permits this past quarter. And our admin staff at Public Works has answered about 2,800 customer service calls, along with about 4,500, or about 45 online service requests. We've installed and maintained approximately 522 road signs throughout the county. We have a sign facility in Public Works, so we make our own signs, most of them. If we have bulk orders, sometimes we order them, but, so we've got a sign shop that makes the signs, and then we install them as well. We were able to pave and resurface Alderberry Road, South Church Street, Caroline Lane, Pisces Drive, and Churchill Bayou Road this past quarter. We've conducted several drainage improvement projects to include 4 Mile Road, County Road 38 at Nightcap and Live Oak, Harrison Road, there was a cross pipe installation, County Road 1883, a box culvert repair, Sea Oats, Allen Loop, Glendale Community Center, and several others. As well, we completed another LSV lane along 30A, and we've made some much-needed intersection improvements at Watersound Parkway and 30A, working with our engineering department. So that's a big safety improvement and travel improvement. We've also added additional parking at South Walton Sports Complex. We've installed some additional bollards at Grady Brown Park and completed a pedestrian improvement project at Chet Holly Road.
Fantastic.
And again, as Chance mentioned, if anybody's looking for additional information, they can reach out to Public Works, or it's on our website under the Public Works. Yes, ma'am.
That's wonderful.
I got a question, Madam Chair. I know the weather hasn't been cooperating with you guys, and I saw the sign that says you guys are painting the road on 83A, the loop. Is that scheduled to start, because it keeps blinking 1/15, you know,
Right.
January 15th start date, but I'm sure, you know, being 20 degrees, you can't put paint on the concrete, so.
Well, that you're correct. The weather's been difficult for us, and then our foreman for our paint crew, he had a death in the family as well, so he's out this week. So hopefully we'll get started next week or the week after on that.
Perfect, thank you.
Yep.
What, is that the last LSV lane, or do we still have one more to go?
We still got, I think we got 2 more to go, but we've got 4 completed, but we've had some rainfall. One of the projects is kind of in a little wet area, and we needed to dry out. So the weather, that was our next one to do, and the weather really hadn't been cooperative with that. So we're kind of waiting for it to dry out a little bit, and hopefully we can get it done before spring break. If not, we'll have it done before summer.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And I wanted to mention too about the signs. You guys do a great job of doing that, because a lot of times they get knocked over, and you're quick to respond to get them put back up, so I really appreciate that.
Yeah, well, we appreciate people pointing it out to us, because, you know, it's nice to have eyes and ears everywhere and point those issues out to us, and we try to respond as quick as we can.
And I realized on there when I was reading your section here that you can go online, as a citizen, you can go online and you can tell them, you know, what you need. And if you don't want to give your name, there's also a way to go in anonymously, correct?
There is.
So just keep that in mind if
Yeah,
you have
so-
anything. But if the citizens want to call in and say, you know, there's a pothole or there's a sign that's down or something like that, please do.
And thank you, Commissioner, for bringing that out. We do have an online service request. I encourage you to leave your name and number. I mean, we're not going to harass you, but sometimes we need some additional information, and maybe if the location is not very clear. So we may reach out to you for additional information. We are working to bring an app online where people can make online service requests. So
Oh, wonderful.
hopefully we'll have that coming this year.
Great.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Mr. Sunday?
Thank you, Scott. Commissioners, next few items that I have are some properties that are available and have been offered to the county for purchase. So I need some direction on these. We have several properties and not adequate resources to meet all the wants and needs. So if you'll indulge me, I'll just kind of walk through and give you a brief overview of each one of the properties under consideration, and then we'll take them one by one and let you decide what you want to move forward with and what you don't. The first property is located at 1140 Nellie Drive. That particular piece of property is a 1.3 acre bayfront piece of property. It is adjacent to a piece that we own that we refer to as Kellogg Park that was donated to the county years ago. That particular piece of property donated by the Kellogg's is in two parcels. The bayfront parcel, waterfront parcel is 0.78 acres, and then just to the south of that is a larger parcel that's 9.75 acres. And so this 1.3 acre parcel is adjacent to those two parcels. It's also waterfront, and it has a single family home on it. Asking price on that is $2,250,000. Secondly, and we're going to have more discussion on Cessna Park and Hogtown Bayou a little later today, but as all of you are aware of the issues that we've been having there, we've been offered for purchase 3 parcels that are adjacent to Cessna Park, and all 3 are contiguous from Cessna Park to West Wilson Drive. Those 3 parcels are owned by 3 different owners, but represented by the same realtor. So the first of those 3 is 0.52 acres. The one in the middle is 1.28 acres, and then 0.26 acres is the third parcel. Collectively, those reach from Cessna Park all the way to West Wilson Drive. The 0.52 acre parcel is asking price is $750,000. The 1.279 acre parcel that you see there in the middle, asking price is $1,750,000. And then the last parcel, the smallest one of all, is 0.26, and the asking price on that one is $200,000. I believe if my math is right, collectively that's about $2.7 million. You've heard the next property, you've heard about this several different times. It is located at 4499 West County Road 30A, identified by that parcel number on the agenda. When initially offered to the county, this was 2 75-foot wide lots that spanned from 30A down to the Gulf. Since that time, the vacant parcel has sold, and the parcel next to it with the older structure on it has been offered to the tune of $6.5 million. Again, that is 75 feet wide and goes down to the water. Next is just down the road on 30A at Fort Panic, where we have a beach access. There are 2 small parcels adjacent to the Fort Panic beach access. The parcel on the south side of the road adjacent to the beach access parking lot is 0.157 acres, being offered at $350,000. The parcel to the north is 0.103 acres. Asking price is $250,000 for a total of $600,000 for both of those parcels. I will add that those parcels are not buildable as far as the structure is concerned. However, Mr. Killenberger has met with the owner and came up with a conceptual design where, at least on the southern parcel, we could utilize that to extend the parking area at Fort Panic and achieve, Brian, correct me if I'm wrong, but is that about 16 to 18 additional parking spaces? Okay. On the north side, we've had some, you've obviously got the restrictions due to the Coastal Dune Lake Protection Zone. So there would be some restrictions on what you could do there, but we've talked about some sort of pocket park possibility or impervious parking area for LSVs and things of that nature. So I know that was a lot, but we need to, I need some direction on the board, what you have interest in pursuing, and then we'll take it and start the process.
Well, how much money do we have? We have 7 million, right, available?
Last I spoke with Ms. Thomason, I believe it was 7.8.
7.8 million. So,
7.8.
I don't know if there's, does anybody have any preference on any of these properties?
We always need beach access.
Right.
I just, in a perfect world, we'd get all four of them, because we have a need for all four of them. I mean, the Nellie Drive parcel, or would help, would expand the, bayfront at Kellogg Park, almost, probably double plus. We all know the problems at Hogtown. The Fort Panic parcel would give us some more parking and a little park on Oyster Lake, which would be nice, and as Commissioner Curry said, you can't get too much beach access, so, all I would say is, and I think what we, whether by motion or direction, we should tell the county, or give the county administrator authority to investigate these and bring back any that they can come to an agreement on, but it seems to me like more bang for our buck we could get. We could buy 3 of the 4 and still not come anywhere near the 7.8. Whereas if we bought the one beachfront
Beachfront.
parcel, that would take pretty much all of it. So, I mean, but if you know, I think all 4 of them are valid reasons or necessities.
I just spoke with Ms. Thomason for a moment, and looking at these properties, specifically on the Kellogg, the Bayfront property adjacent to Kellogg. Kellogg's broadly been considered part of the nature center system of Walton County and would not qualify as a beach park, so it's not subject to the 10% statutory cap. I think the same argument probably exists for Hogtown Bayou. So those two actually probably fall outside of that $7.8 million cap Melissa has. Doesn't mean that we're not going to find the money elsewhere in other funds.
Correct.
But it is not subject to that one bucket of money that's capped. So
Okay,
those,
that's good.
so if the direction is generally look at most bang for our buck or spread it out across 3 of the 4, or look at them all, we can find a way to look at those.
Well, let me ask, Madam Chair, let me ask this. Taking that into consideration, if we do the beachfront or the beach park facilities, we could investigate buying the Gulf Place parcel and the Panic parcel, and that would come in under 7.8. So we could do those 2 under the beach facilities theoretically, and then we could do the other 2 under, we'd have to find another funding source, but these are all needs.
They are all needs, and that 75-foot of beachfront it's not too far from Ed Walleen, so.
And it's right there at our new, the new parking lot that's fixing to come online,
Correct.
and it's not that far from Fort Panic.
Correct.
So,
So.
Well, now, you would negotiate some of these.
Oh,
These aren't,
yes.
these prices aren't
Oh,
set in
absolutely.
stone.
We have to get
That's what
Absolutely.
they have brought
We
to
have to
him.
Absolutely,
Two
that's the
appraisals.
process they've brought to me.
2 appraisals.
I just don't want to feel that we're settling on this amount.
I- If you say you want all 4 and you're telling
But
Mr.
maybe-
Sunday
maybe
to go
have a heart
negotiate,
attack.
he's about to go negotiate numbers.
Right.
They will go under contract, so somebody can't snake us like we just saw in that planning one we had earlier this morning, where somebody bought it out from under us. Once we're under contract, no money hard that we're in danger of losing, that's when we'll go through our appraisal process, and then we may have additional negotiation if it doesn't meet appraised values.
The one we talked about this morning, that was the genesis for the way we do it now, because we literally got the day of the meeting. Well,
That's true. I think I'm in agreement with that. Do we need a motion for that?
I don't think you need a motion.
No, I
Is
think
everyone in
if-
agreement to have them move forward to just investigate
So you
what we can do?
get a
Absolutely.
contract out.
Okay,
Okay.
okay, wonderful,
But
thank
we
you.
have to, in order to do that, we have to go under contract to put us in posture to do that, right?
Right, and so what he would do, he
Well, I
would,
get it, I just wanna make sure that.
yeah,
that's-
he'll put
that's
them under
cool.
contract and bring them back for your ratification and approval at the negotiated rates, and you can always say no even then.
yeah, we had to vote on it about 4 times.
Yeah,
Nah, y'all do that.
and then we'll proceed with appraisals.
Good.
Okay, thank you, board.
I would like to say thank you for bringing these to us.
Yes, sir. Next item is item number 28. That's a request to approve the fiscal year 2025 legislative funding priorities and authorize myself, the county administrator, to sign the attestation forms. Mr. Brandon and Ms. Gates have been working on this, have come around and seen each of you, as I understand, so I'm going to ask them to come up and talk about these individual funding priorities.
Scott Brandon for the record. Good evening, Commissioners. Before you today is your state appropriations list for 2025. I'll run down those real quickly. They're not in any particular order. The first two do have funding, matching funds that are available, so they'll be probably, I put stars by the first two because we do have identified those funds. The first one's the Hewitt Bayou Connector Road. This is the construction of the Hewitt Bayou Connector Road located at Santa Rosa Beach. This project will provide an alternative corridor for US 98, approximately 1 mile long, from Goldsby Road to East Hewitt Road. The US 331 bridge lighting along the in corridor, installation of pedestrian street lighting along the north and south routes of the US 331 bridge. This project expands the existing gateway project to the southern end of Walden County. Additionally, it creates safer roadway for bicycles and pedestrians sharing US 331 roadway. Let me back up. On that first one, we're requesting, the total cost of the project is $8 million. That's a funding cost, so $4 million of that we've identified is in TIF funding. On the bridge lighting, the total cost of that project is end up being $5.8 million. So we're requesting $2.9 million, which would be 50% of that. We've identified potentially TDC funds could be used for the match. Other projects that are on our list are the fiber installation along US 98 corridor, the design of the fiber along the US 98 corridor from 331 to Okaloosa County. The project will provide fiber infrastructure that will be used for the maintenance of traffic signals and provide opportunities for economic development. $550,000 is a request. The Hogtown Bayou Park Master Plan. This project will provide a recreational working waterfront master plan for the Hogtown Bayou area. Request is $800,000. This is the area where we've recently had a land donation around 13th Street to the county. So I think it would look at incorporating that into some of the issues we have going on down there. The next one is the Morrison Springs Master Plan. This project will provide an updated master plan for Morrison Springs recreational area to help reduce the user conflicts, provide more amenities for the public and tourists. That's one of our busiest parks. We've keep growing every year with the attendance there. The other two are the Darlington Community Center and the Glendale Community Center. Both of those, we're asking for $250,000 for the reconstruction of interior features of both of those facilities. I think they've been doing a little bit of work, or they have done some work, so this would be continuing that project. The one thing Commissioner Johns mentioned to me just a minute ago that we could add to this list would be the installation of a traffic signal at Thompson Road in US 98. I talked with Mr. Powell just a minute ago. He said request that probably be about $1 million would be the total cost. I think the last one they did was about $750,000, so that should give us enough for that request. That's the list. I do want to say that Ms. Holly Holt with the Health Department is here. She has identified a need and a project. I heard her come up and explain what that is, and it's not on the list, but if you guys, I want you to hear about the project from her, and then I've got some information on some estimated cost for her project, and if the board wishes, we can add that to the list as well. So, and after she's done, Melinda will come up and give the federal priorities.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Holly Holt, Department of Health in Walton County, Administrator/Health Officer. I'm called one thing one day and something else the other day, but good afternoon, everybody. No, we, as you all know, and I think Commissioner Curry is our newest commissioner. Good afternoon.
Yes, ma'am.
Some months ago, I think it was back in July, we started working with Ascension Sacred Heart, Emerald Coast, and University of Florida with the residency program. Basically more on our FQHC side more than our DOH side, and you know how we kind of wear two hats sometimes with different things. The residents started back July 1. We had 6 residents. The majority of you all were able to come and look at the facility. You kind of saw where we are, as in the building of the coastal branch, which is right over there. We're needing more space. So what the project is to look at the current facility that we have over here. We will be bringing on 6 more residents for family practice starting July of 2025. We'll have 2 more, so that's, 6 more, that'll be 12 residents. And then July 1 of 2026, we will have 18 residents and continue with 18 continually as we move forward, because it's 6, 6, and 6, and that practice will continue, our hopes, working with the 2 different groups. So anyway, the project is, the current facility is at 8,700 square feet, and the estimated cost to add either an additional 5,000, because we are going to be adding bodies. As you add residents, you have to add some clinicians that will have oversight over them, as well as staff. So as that moves forward, we've got to do something with the building. So the request I have coming to you all to add it to your list to send for legislative appropriations. So there's 2 possibilities here. Would be a 5,000 more square feet. And this is information that we have received from a company that we've been dealing with, CSI. It's an estimate approximation. And as you all know, what happened last year to this year, and who knows what's going to happen next year. But this was approximated cost 2 weeks ago when I got this information. So we're looking at, if you all would be willing to add this to your appropriations, to the legislature, would be additional 5,000 square feet, which would be 3.3 million to build that expansion. This would be an expansion, not a new facility. Or the estimated cost to add kind of double what we've got would be the total would be 17,400 square feet, which would be an additional 5.5 million. Like I said, this is just an approximate cost. So this is what I'm bringing to you all today to see if you would be interested, would be able to add that to your list as you send that up for legislative appropriations this year.
Madam Chair? I'd make a motion that we approve the state priorities with the addition of the Thompson Light Road and the addition of the Health Department's new facility.
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any comments from the board?
I have a question.
Yes.
Is your motion referencing the 5,000 square foot addition or the 8,700?
Ms. Holly, what do you want?
I would, to be honest with you, if you think about it, we're growing. And if you're asking me, I'm gonna ask for the max, because I'm gonna tell you, this county is growing and we are seeing more uninsured individuals.
I agree.
We're hoping that these residents will stay. So far, we're hearing good things from them. I will say also, I found out yesterday that ACGME just re-accredited them for another year or 2. So we basically have to go through accreditation process, UF and Ascension Sacred Heart with the residents. So it's going well right now. So I would ask for the max if we can.
Just as a matter of common sense, the smaller one is 3.3, the bigger one's 5.5. I mean, the cost per square foot is less for the bigger one, so why not ask for, if you're gonna ask big.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is there any comment from anyone in the audience? No? Okay. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion passes. Thank you, Holly.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
Good morning, Commissioners. Melinda Gates, Walton County Environmental Manager. Thank you for allowing us to tag team this a little bit. I'm here to talk about the federal priorities this year. As you may have noticed in the news, we are anticipating a trim year for the federal level. Obviously, there's been some pauses on some federal funding and some other things that may be coming down the line. So we want to be cognizant of what our priorities are. However, with any ask at the federal level, it can be a multi-year step process because most of it requires legislative change. So that's where we are looking at the 4 priorities that we've presented to you. So I will go down the line associated with them. The first one on the list is requesting legislative change for the Choctawhatchee Bay Estuary Program into a national estuary program. This is something that will require legislative change. We are anticipating in 2 years that they'll be opening that up as an application, but we want to make sure it's in the hopper for that time frame associated with it. So we want our lobbyists to be on top of that particular topic, moving that forward, getting the letters of support that we need to make sure that we are right there and receiving that at the correct timing. The next thing on our list is the Army Corps of Engineers General Investigation Study. This is something that has been on our list for several years. We just started, we received federal appropriation for it several years ago. It did go into legislation associated with it, and they delegated or allocated $500,000 towards it. We still need an additional $1 million from the federal government to complete the entire project. So this is something that and it's a 3-year project, so we don't need it right away, but we do need to make sure that it's in the hopper to receive it here in the future. So again, we're keeping that on the list so our lobbyists can work through that process and make sure that it continues to stay on the heightened account associated with it. Third is our hurricane storm damage response. This is the protection of our beaches. Again, we're not asking for any particular funds at this time. We do have a project with Army Corps of Engineers working through some design. However, this just needs to remain on the list for us to pursue anything in the future. If it ever comes off the list, then that could jeopardize the project totally. And fourth is the Agriculture Center up in Mossie Head area. The thought process behind this is it's been a priority for the commissioners, but we want to take this opportunity to really have a discussion with some federal agencies like the USDA and ask for some direction and maybe some funding opportunities here in the future or some strategies associated with implementation of this particular project. Again, the look of it may be completely different in the future, but this allows the conversations to start and show that we have priority in that area.
Motion to approve federal list.
I think we need to wait until Commissioner Curry returns.
Okay.
But no, I appreciate that, but. Okay. Should we go ahead and- Okay, we're going to go ahead and take a 10-minute break right now. Okay.
Madam Chair, can I say one thing? I just wanted to say, when I get up and leave, just for full transparency, I have a foot ailment that I have to take care of every once in a while. So in case everybody's back there, what's Dan keep getting up and going in the back room for? That's it. So, thank you.
We have a motion on the floor to approve the federal appropriations priorities, the legislative and the state priorities. Oh, sorry. Thank you. We have a motion on the floor to approve the federal and state appropriations priorities. We need a second.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any comments from the board? Any comments from the audience? Yes.
I want to, for the record,
Your name,
Alan
please.
Osborne. I want to know how you're asking for $1 million in federal money when you got 4 or 5 letters in your possession saying that you're not complying with the water quality standards, and you want to do an assessment of the ecosystem. Now, you're in possession of these documents. You adopted a report that says you're 0% compliant on the outside of Driftwood Estates and 10% compliant on other parts. You accepted that report as fact. Florida Board of Engineers, you're in possession of something saying that you're applying the wrong water quality standards, and y'all have the nerve to go ask the federal government for $1 million to figure out what's wrong? I think you ought to fix that first. And if you need copies of the letters, they're in your inbox.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Okay.
Thank you,
Code.
Thank
Go
you,
ahead, I'm sorry.
Commissioners. Mr. Corman's been waiting on this. So as he comes forward, this item's a request to approve and authorize the chair to sign contract number 25-01 with Coastal Parasail, Inc. to provide managed vending services at designated regional beach accesses. And for the public's benefit, we have made hard copies of the contract and placed them here. So if anyone in the audience would like to follow along or make reference to any particular portion of the contract, please get that and reference that, that page number and that content as you make your public comments.
Are they right, are they on that table?
It's right here.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair, Commissioners. Tony Cornman for Code Compliance. Also, I'm the Director, Deputy Director, Michael Gainey's here as well. Today, we're here for this first item that we have to request to approve and authorize the chair to sign our contract for the managed vendor services with the Coastal Parasail. And I'm going to give you a little rundown real quick of how we got here and why we're here. Back in October, at the October 8th BCC meeting, we were directed to move forward with an RFP for the managed vendor program. We were directed to do 2 options. One, for a single vendor for the entire beach, with option 2 being splitting it up into zones, which we split up into 4 zones. The approved RFP was advertised through procurement. Mr. Cutshaw helped us a lot with that, and I thank him. Legal helped us, thank them. We got that advertised. The RFP closed on December the 5th. Procurement had received, I think, 6 proposals. One was just for one zone, a couple were for zones, and then there was 3 or 4 that was for the entire beach. Mr. Cutshaw took those proposals and vetted the applicants, made sure they qualified, sent those proposals to a 3-person review committee like we do. That review committee took the proposals, went through them, graded them, ranked them, scored them, and then sent those back to Mr. Cutshaw, who averaged them out to see what everybody's score was, and then Mr. Cutshaw scheduled a meeting with code, procurement, proposers, and as well as it was open to the public that could attend a meeting for him to reveal the scores, which he did, I think, on, I think it was December the 20th, I think. Is that correct?
So in January, January the 14th, we brought back those scores to the board and presented the scores with the highest ranked firm. The board approved awarding the RFP to the highest ranked firm, which was Coastal Parasail, and directed us to complete a contract and bring it back to this meeting, which is where we're here today. The contract that we've prepared, again, thank legal for helping us. Miss Cynthia there, she's awesome. We worked with her to get this contract together. The contract is a lot like it was last year with the managed vendor program, with a few changes. Some of those changes was we put in a definition of what a go set is. We added a area modification clause, which allows us, if, for instance, we get an access that's getting overcrowded, we have a clause in there that will allow us to edit that. So if it says 100 sets, we have a clause that allows us to go in and say 100's too much, we need to back that off to 75 or whatever it is. So we have a clause in there that allows us to do that. We also put in there that the vendor has to display the rules for go sets. As all of you know, the go sets used to be one of the biggest complaints, so the vendor's gonna have to put up the rules that basically says if you vacate your chair for more than 30 minutes, then it'll be removed. And so they've got to put that up. We haven't had that before. We also changed in the scope of services where it used to say how many sets you could have. We changed that to just chairs rather than sets. And the reason we did that is because previously we had it as just sets, but sometimes they might rent a single chair or a single umbrella, and it might not be included in a set. So we wanted to make sure everybody understood this was the maximum number of chairs you could have, whether it's a set or a single chair, whatever it is. That's the maximum number of chairs you can have. And of course, we have two code officers that are assigned to the managed vendor program. They keep their eyes on them 7 days a week, so they make sure that they're in compliance. I also wanted to let you know that the vendor has already, that was given the contract, or not the contract, was awarded the proposal, has already met with the top manager, I guess you'd call him, for the South Walton Beach Service Station. I think he's in the audience, Brandon Thomas. He was the head guy that run South Walton Beach Service Association here on the beach. And Brandon worked very well with code. Coastal Parasail has reached out to him and they've talked, and I think Brandon has agreed to come on board. He's bringing 2 of his top managers, and he also informed me yesterday that he thinks that at least 30 of the 50 that he had here before will probably be coming on board with him. So basically, I tell you that to tell you we're not starting from scratch. We're going to have an experienced group that's going to be running the vending. They've been doing it for years. They know our county beach. They know what y'all expect. They know what code expects. And I think Brandon was a big part of the reason why we didn't get so many violations last year. He does a great job, and so I'm glad to hear that he's going to stay on and help us. So that's pretty much it. If anybody's got any questions about the contract, I'll be glad to try to answer those.
I have a couple of questions that were brought to me.
Okay.
One of them, someone said that it used to be 15% of the beach that could have these sets, and now we're saying 50% of the beach.
Well, the beach activities ordinance says up to 50% for the vendors, is what the ordinance says. So we have it at 50%. But again, if it gets to the point to where the vendor is putting up too many chairs, the chances of them renting the maximum number of chairs per access is probably slim to none. But if they did, and we got complaints that we got too many vendor chairs out there, again, we put into the contract that we can limit that.
Okay, because that's one of the biggest concerns is
Yeah.
the chairs, it sounds like a lot more than it was last time, because to your point that you made, it was considered sets, say you had 50 sets and now you're saying you have 100 chairs.
Yes.
It just sounds like it's a lot more than it used to be, but it's really not.
That's right.
Okay.
And the way we figure out how many chairs is we figure the square footage of the access. we divide the access in half, that's 50%. We take that and we divide that by 160 square feet. We're given one set, which would be 2 chairs and an umbrella, 160 square foot. Now think about that, that's 10 by 16, that's a pretty big area. So we plan in there aisles and walkways and all that, so it's not like it's just butted up against each other.
Right, okay. Also, I mean, you and I discussed this a long time ago, the small, narrow beaches, such as Blue Mountain Beach, I believe when we spoke a long time ago about it, we said that the vendors really don't even want to work those beaches because there's really nowhere for them to set up and sit and wait for, you know, if a chair's empty for more than 30 minutes for them to go and remove it, things like that. And I know that at the last meeting, a lot of people from the Blue Mountain Beach, they did not want any vending. I personally would like to see if we could not have any vending on the smaller beaches like that.
Well, in Blue Mountain Beach only is allowed 22 sets there. I mean, that's the maximum amount, or 44 total chairs. So, I mean, that'll be up to y'all if y'all want to do something with that.
I mean, I realize that I feel like we need to give people an option because a lot of people don't want to carry equipment down
That's
to the
correct.
beach.
And I think you'll get a lot of calls if we don't have any vending there, because there is some people that likes to go there and rent chairs, I believe, but.
And to clarify it for everybody, it's only when somebody orders the chair
is
is set
correct.
up.
We,
And
in the
so-
contract, we actually put a definition, and I thank Ms. White in Clay's office there she come up with a good definition for a ghost set. So it's in the contract, it defines what a ghost set is. Like I said earlier, the vendor's gonna put up the rules. It basically says, if you vacate your chair more than 30 minutes, we're required to remove it from the beach, and so anyway.
And the other point I want to make is that I'm really happy to hear what you said a minute ago about the previous people coming to work
Yes.
for them. I think that that's wonderful. And he did say at the beginning that he was hoping to hire Walton County
That's
people.
exactly right.
So that's good. So that's going to put a lot of people to work right here.
Right.
So, okay, thank you very much.
Mhm.
Anyone
Madam
else?
Chair.
Go ahead.
So I just want to make sure, because enforcement and rules are only as good as the people who actually enforce them. So you're telling me who's going to be at these beach access points to enforce these rules that we're going to have, that were the contract, or the ghost chairs, the whatever the case may be? Is there going to be one of your guys there, or one of these beach ambassadors that the sheriff's department has? Which
No,
is it?
we have 2 officers that's on our beach code, that's their sole job. They're assigned to the managed vendor program. So they keep an eye on all of our access. They go from access to access, make sure there's not too many chairs, make sure that, you know.
Is that enough too? I mean, how many accesses do we have? I didn't count off the top of my head.
Well, we
Because as soon
have-
as they leave one, something could happen
That's-
where they
that's
just
exactly
left.
right. And of course, we tell them, being in the business I was before, we tell them, don't do the same thing every day. Change it up a little bit, because I'm sure the attendants are getting on the phone, say, they just left me, so they're probably coming to you, and, you know, every now and then do a U-turn and go back the other way. But we do have 2. We could always use more.
And that's what I was
The beach ambassadors that we
going to
talked about at the
suggest.
last meeting, if we had the beach ambassadors the seasonal beach ambassadors that we had before, we could have them stationary at the regional and neighborhood beach accesses. And then if they seen something, they could help educate the public as well. But if they seen something, then they would notify the code officer.
Well, I just think, like we talked the other day, I just think direction and education
Yep.
is it's the high priority on that point, because you would need less enforcement. If people knew where they were going, what's the rules, where can they go, where can they not go, all that, and you could say that with a smile on your face
Sure.
instead of a badge on your chest.
Yep.
So, but there is going to be a time for enforcement. So I just want to make sure that, like I said, rules are only as good as enforcement. So we can put every rule in the book on this piece of paper, but if we're not going to be able to enforce it, then it's all for nothing.
That's correct.
So if you're inclined to need a couple more seasonal workers, I mean, I think that's something that we could discuss.
definitely could use the seasonal, again, it's seasonal. What we typically done, we had 10 beach ambassadors that we brought on board in March. We used those from March to August, because they can only work 6 months. So we used those from March to August, and then we brought 10 more in May. We worked them from May to October. That way we recovered the whole season from March to October. And during the busy time, we had all 20 there. You know, during the June, July, August, we had all 20, and we had every access covered, so.
I would just love to see a representative at every beach access. If I had a dream, that would be my dream. And
Well,
if-
we used to have that, I mean, and it worked good, so,
I mean, the cost out of the contract would more than enough pay for a couple more beach ambassadors, whatever you want to call them, code enforcement, whatever you want to call them. I would rather have too much than not enough, because you know as well as I do, you get 2 of it and they rotate out. Everybody that was doing everything wrong is going right back to doing everything wrong. No different than being on a highway when the cop goes off of the turn lane. He's like a pace car. As soon as he gets off, everybody else they
sure.
nail it.
Absolutely.
So.
Well, and it's like you said, when no one's around, that's whenever things happen, so,
And if we have the opportunity to have a representative at every beach access, I don't know why we wouldn't, because we're trying to sell Walton County anyway. We're trying to sell South Walton Beach,
well,
is trying to sell.
we're here to make sure you understand, we would love to have our 20 beach ambassadors back, and again, it's seasonal, and I talked to Ms. Thompson this morning, and she advised me that we had the money to do that, but that's up to y'all if we.
I think that's a viable discussion to have between the board before the season starts, to be honest with you.
Yeah, keep in mind, the season does start in a little over a month, so, we would need to do it pretty quick if we're gonna do it.
Since it was an agenda today, we can't do it today, but could y'all put it on the agenda to hire those people the next, does that work for you? Work for you?
Sure.
Work for you?
You guys need to bring it back to it.
Yeah, bring it back at the next meeting.
Awesome.
But
What do we typically pay one ambassador per day?
I think when we brought the seasonals on, I think we were paying them 18 to somewhere around there an hour. They worked, I think it was, 29 hours a week? So they worked 29 hours a week. Of course, we brought them in during most of the busy times during the day, but I think as a seasonal, they were only allowed to work, they couldn't work over 30 hours a week.
So $600 an employee times 20, so that'd be what, 12?
6, let me get my calculator out. My
I think
phone-
he's
Mr.
got one.
Glidewell's got one over here racking.
11,600 for the week.
Mhm.
So we could, yeah. It wouldn't be.
And like I
it
said,
would
we're
not
not gonna do, the only time we'd have all 20 would be like from May to August.
It wouldn't be that bad of a, it wouldn't be, it would be money well spent, let's put it
Yes.
that way.
Absolutely.
I have a question about the funds. I see it says that the fines are payable to code. I think the fines and the money from the business ought to go to a South Walton Infrastructure Fund.
Well, and what we mean by that is they pay us, and then we give it to Miss Melissa. She handles all the money. So it don't come to code. We don't have an account that we deposit to. We send it to them, and so wherever y'all tell them to put it.
It says fines shall be due and payable to Walton County Code Compliance within 30 days of the date of notification, payable to
Well,
Code
they're not,
Compliance.
it's payable to the Board of County Commissioners.
That
but
needs to
it's-
change in
yeah,
there then.
It's just, they bring it to us.
Okay, yeah.
And I think there's a-
That's
Melissa
section
gets the
14.
money.
Yes, no matter what department is listed on it, it's still going in the Walton County BCC bank account. Yes, and we will bring a budget amendment back to the board, and y'all will decide what account it is amended into.
Okay.
Madam Chair.
Okay. Can we not decide that today? I mean,
Well, I think at the last meeting I said, I think this money needs to be into a separate pot, and then we all vote on it. And it could be all at South Walton. I don't have an issue with that. But could the fines also go into this pot as well?
Absolutely.
So then if we have beachfront opportunities to purchase in the future, we can or can't?
Correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Ankison, but I think what if we approve the contract, we would need to then, at the next board meeting, establish that account for the, and designate the money.
Well, you gotta approve.
Contract-
You have to approve the contract first. Whether you take up the second part of it today or not, we've talked about it at one prior meeting, so I'm not as worried about that issue being brought up today. The establishment of positions is something that is a clear differential that we have to deal with at the next meeting.
Or we could do it all at one time next meeting.
We can, and we'll just simply denote that with a separate project number, and that way it will be segregated.
Okay.
And if you do want to change the language to say payable to the BCC, we can do that in the contract, that's certainly fine, but it is semantic. It is not necessary, but that's up to the board. So if we do want to do it, I'll need that as part of the motion, just so we change that language.
How are they paid from the other companies when fines were paid?
They send it to us and then we.
Made payable to
Okay.
code, and then Melissa does the deposits.
And Commissioners, I will mention that most people, when they make out their checks, they automatically just make it out to the department that they're paying, library, code enforcement, whichever. It all is going to go into the same account, but we'll be happy to put that in the contract
Okay.
however you would like.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Would y'all like BCC with everybody?
That's fine.
I don't,
I mean,
I don't think it means-
if it doesn't matter, I just don't want it to go to just a specific code fund.
no,
Okay.
That's understood across the board, it's not going
Okay.
to code, so I think we're comfortable with that without change.
Okay.
But you still will have a ledger line item on what code has brought in, fined, whatever the case, okay. All right.
Any other comments from the board?
motion to approve the contract.
Second?
We have a motion and a second. Any comments from the audience? Yes, sir.
Good afternoon. My name's Rich Jaffe. We live in Inlet Beach. I've had the pleasure of addressing most of you a number of times. First off, I want to give Tony and his team our appreciation. He's had a rather daunting task here. And while many of us would prefer to not see any vending on the beach, it is what it is. My only real question at this point is, do we have some sort of guarantee that the vending we are talking about is going to be chairs and umbrellas? It's not going to be paddle boards, kayaks, parasailing, all the rest of those things, so that we don't end up looking like Walt Disney World.
No, it's specific in the contract. It's chairs, the umbrella, a small table. That's it.
Well, more to the point, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Adkisson, but our ordinance prohibits those things. So no matter what the contract says, the ordinance says no.
We have no desire for any other, any other
This is a
commercial
two-year
activity.
contract, right?
Correct.
Is there any prohibition that prohibits this sort of thing coming thereafter?
Well, a
As long
different
as the
board could say
ordinance-
something different, but this board doesn't.
One legislative body can never bind another
Understood.
legislative body in perpetuity. So the answer is no, it depends on who's sitting here.
You'd have to amend the ordinance, you'd have to amend the contract, and all that would have to happen in public hearings.
So the bottom line is, at this point, we're talking chairs and umbrellas and small
That's
tables.
it.
A small table.
Yeah, and to be clear, it is a two-year contract, but, and we've looked at a variety of different things. I know I've spoken to a few of the commissioners about different ways to look at review of this. Ultimately, what was included is section 10 as a standard version of language we use. We had a few minor edits in the verbiage there dealing with concessionaires versus other vendors that makes it clear the county can terminate this with or without cause, with or without prior notice. So it's a two-year contract that if the county decides they're not doing what they're supposed to, they get out there, they start parasailing or vending, county can terminate this contract at any board meeting it sees fit.
Gotcha. I would also like to thank Commissioner Curry for his suggestion that we could use more people working on the beaches. That's always an issue, and I would suggest to you also that perhaps the fines and such that would be garnered as a result of this sort of thing, rather than going to buy additional properties, go specifically into this effort and funding those additional people. It seems like
that's where it should go full circle. So, anyway, thank you.
Thank
I just
you.
think we're going to have more than what's needed, sir, so that's the only reason I suggested to put it towards a infrastructure need, a, a beach access need, whatever the case may be. That's all I was suggesting.
Yes. Jeff, would you spell your?
Richard Jaffrey,
J,
Jaffre, I believe.
Jaffe. Anyone else like to speak to this? Okay, there's two of you. I don't care who goes first.
Mr. Corman, could I ask you a question, just to make sure that I understand this correctly? If I could state this as simplistically as I possibly know how to do, that there is not one thing that is different about this contract, or there's not one thing that's going to change in the service of this practice from the prior 2 years to now, except for the person that's providing the service?
Yes, we changed the contract a little. In the previous contract, we had, keep in mind, we used to get paid by the set. So we were wanting to know more about how many sets you were renting. We're getting paid a lump sum now, so we're not so much worried, but we're still requiring him to provide us a monthly rental report. And the reason we want to do that is because when this contract expires and we put it out for RFP again, we want to be able to determine if we're getting our money's worth, if it should be higher, lower, or whatever. So,
But the rules are the same?
Rules are the same.
regulations are the same, the oversight, the regulatory structure?
ghost sets, all that is the same. The number of chairs per access is exactly the same as it was last year. And I think most all of y'all have attested that y'all don't get the complaints, so I don't think we had any complaints about too many chairs down there. So yeah, it's just a few minor things that Ms. White with legal wanted me to put in there, so.
Thank you. Okay, someone, you wanted to come up to speak? Hi.
Hi, Miranda Graham. Thanks, I know you guys are in a tough position. I just wanted to say, I've got kids, the beach chair guys, age, everyone we seem to know works in that space, and I'm a big fan of theirs. I wish that the public, your constituents, would have had an opportunity to weigh in on if we needed more beach chairs on the public, not more, but if we needed that on the public beach at all, because we've already lost so much of our beaches. So we're all crammed into the same area, and sometimes I think y'all might make your job harder than it needed to be, because I think there were so many people upset about them finding out so late that they're not going to have businesses on those beaches, and I feel like those people worked on this whole off-season planning for their business only to get them kicked off here right before season starts. And I also had a question about, so I know that the regulations are the same as last year. Does that mean that they can't set up to the high water line? Like, is there a limit on where they can go?
That's correct. The ordinance is still the same as far as vendors cannot set up in the wet sand. So they will not be able to set up in the wet sand.
But all the way to the wet sand?
Yes, correct. Anywhere on that,
It just doesn't leave much for, we didn't really have problems before there were beach chairs on the public beaches.
Well, and I forgot to mention a while ago, I'd like to just mention so the public hears it as well. On February the 19th, we're having a public vendor, I could call it a workshop, but we're calling it a meeting here. We do it every year before the season, so we want to get the vendors in, let them know where we're at. I'm sure the new concession share will be here. So if the public wants to come and ask any questions, that would be a good time to do that as well.
Tony, when did that RFP go out? December?
Y'all approved it on October the 8th, and so I think it was advertised for 3 weeks, so sometime probably first part of November, second week of November, something like that.
November 14th.
November 14th.
Thank you,
Close.
thank you. So it has been out there that this was going to
Just
be
wasn't
going on.
decided yet, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you for that. The only other thing I had, and again, I love the beach chair guys, they've been great across the board, but with the violations for the infractions, I know that the number goes up, but is there where there's X amount of infractions that they're just kicked off of that beach and can't?
I hope so. Is that right, Tony?
Right now, it just looks like more fines for the,
Right now, the way we have it is we have, it starts off at $250, I think, goes to $500, $750, and then by the fourth violation, if there is a fourth, it's $1,000. It costs them $1,000 for every violation. And again, that's paid to Walden County, not, it don't go to the clerk's office, it goes to Walden County. We don't have, we don't plan, we don't want to suspend anybody that's on our county beach, but what we can do is, again, we have the clause in there that allows us to restrict or shut down or whatever. So if our concession share cannot control a beach access, we'll say we'll shut that one down.
Okay.
It's just that simple.
Does that answer your question? Okay.
that would be his decision to shut it down, the county wouldn't. They can keep having violations, but I don't think he will. It sounds like he's got this under control. If there's one problematic area,
Well, especially if we bring on the extra help to keep an eye on these places, that hopefully would cut down on that.
We just need to make sure they come back up to the podium if they're going to talk.
Well, that was the, I mean, that's the entire intent of managed vendor, right? Is to control the chaos. Otherwise,
Correct.
we would just say, all right, willy-nilly, everybody bring, I mean, whoever wants to bring their chairs can. I mean, that's the way it is now on 50%.
Right.
But if you're gonna offer that amenity on that 26 miles theoretically of beach, you either choose one, the policy issue on whether or not you vend or you don't vend. Or if you do vend, then what does that leave? You're either going to or you're not going to, and then you have to either decide if it's gonna be managed or you're gonna
Just let it go, yeah.
separate it out.
Yeah.
So, before I got on the board, my understanding was unmanaged vending was undesirable. And then when I got on here, it was, the thought was, or the theme that I've heard go across this panel, was that managed vending works and it is desirable. So if we take that off the table and we move through the matrix, you know, to the yes column, then we have to decide, okay, do we spread it out among 20 businesses, or do we utilize one? And that's for quality control and to offer that amenity. And so we did, we made that decision. And that came from the vendors themselves that asked us to put that out for contract for review. And so we did. And we put it out for review, and then it came back, and then we awarded it. So I understand everyone's frustration, but it's like, are we gonna have the policy issue, or it sounds like the policy issue is behind us, now we gotta deal with the nuances in operating it.
Well, and believe me, the guy that won the award, Mr. Pender, is here. I think he would come up and tell you, he don't really want to have to come up, but he will. But I think he will tell you that I have met with him, and I have told him to his face that Walden County is strict. And if you do not do what you're supposed to, and them commissioners are blowing my phone up, you're coming off that beach. And he understands that. So.
Madam Chair? I meant to ask you this a while ago, and I forgot. This contract does not include Eastern Lake, period. I just want to make sure it does not include Eastern Lake.
Y'all told us not to have vending there. It's not part of the scope of services.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Okay, Todd?
Todd Rowlak, R-O-A-R-K. First off, so I did a comparison between the 22 contract and the new contract in 25. I did it side by side. I provided an email to you guys. The contract is much better, more enforceable, better language, but it does have what I would believe is some weaknesses that I provided an email
and actually addressed the email to both Stan and Attorney Clay for their review. So I just want to highlight 4 of those topics. In my email to you guys, I included a section, 5 things that keep me awake at night. I've used that for 35, 40 years. What keeps me awake at night, that's what I want to worry about, that's what I want to know I have addressed. So there's really 3 things that I want to touch on those 5 things very quickly. One of them is emergency preparedness. And this, I don't know how it's really going to work, and maybe Mr. Corman can explain that better. I don't know the full response. The contract really does not say the full responsibilities of the person that's going to be at the beach manning those chairs. In the past, I think they've somewhat served as trash pickup people, but the most important thing is safety. Somebody's drowning, will they have CPR certification? So I included, training is not really addressed in the new contract. So CPR training, customer service training, most importantly, conflict resolution. How do we deal with conflict? How do we de-escalate instead of escalate? So I know I'm running out of time, but the other thing was more about the protection, legal liability. So I believe that there needs to be a stronger clause in the contract around the protection of the county and the taxpayers. So if something happens on the beach under the vendor's watch that they participated in, the county can be liable just simply because it's county property. So something to look at that. The other thing, or actually the last thing, was KPIs, key performance indicators. The contract doesn't mention KPIs at all, and those are measurements. You know, how many fines, customer service metrics, surveys, complaints, all those types of things are KPIs, and those should also be included in the contract just for better performance of the contract. And the very last thing I'd like to say is I believe it would behoove everyone if Tony or his representative would meet with the members of the community like Blue Mountain Beach and just say, hey, we're going to put 22 sets. Are you comfortable with 22? How about if we max it out at 16? Just so that all the stakeholders have a say and they have their voice heard. That way, you're better prepared for success across the entire collective contract.
Thank you. Thank you
Madam
very
Chair.
much. Yes, both
Tony-
of you.
Oh, I'm sorry. Could it be our beach ambassadors have, I know running a youth program that all of my coaches and anybody that had to deal with a child had to have CPR training. Do your code officers have CPR training?
Yes, they go
Okay,
through
well, if the ones that are going to be actively at the beach accesses, can we make sure that they are CPR
Sure.
certified?
Sure. We can
Because
do that.
I think it's a minimal cost with
Yeah,
maximum
yeah.
gain.
Well, and I just wanted to also share the vendor that's going to be doing the managed vendor program, managed for the county beaches. He's going to have more rules than your normal vendor because the normal vendor has to deal with the beach activities ordinance wherever he's vending. The managed vendor program vendor is going to have to, in the contract, it says that he's got to comply with the contract and also the ordinances, the beach activities ordinance. So he's got to comply with both of them. So,
I was just trying to reach out to Mr. Rourke's comment on the CPR training.
Yeah.
I mean, I think
Yeah,
as
that-
part of a county, we happen to have an EMS service,
and
so.
to keep in mind too, most of your regional beach accesses have lifeguards. So there's lifeguard towers and they have the lifeguards there too.
To me, overkill is better than
Yeah,
underkill.
yeah, that's
So
not
if
a
you got
problem.
2 or 3 at each beach access, that's more the merrier. I mean, like I said, it's a minimal cost.
Yeah, we can get that training done pretty simple.
Yeah, you can get 20 in a room and
Yeah.
Thank you. Did you have a comment?
Yeah, I'll briefly touch on the indemnification of the county.
That's what I was about to ask. Go ahead.
So if anybody wants to look at the contract, it is on page 8 of 33 of the agenda item, page 9 of 34 of the actual agenda packet. It is sections 20 and 21. Work in concert and tandem. Candidly, board, that is a blanket indemnification provision. It says the concessionaire indemnifies and holds us harmless from liabilities, damage, loss, and cost, including any attorney's fees. That'd be attorney's fees we incur in defense if somebody does sue us, because we can't ever stop someone from filing suit, caused by negligence or recklessness, which are the typical indemnifications. We have included intentional wrongful conduct of the concessionaire as an additional provision, or other persons employed or even utilized by the concessionaire in the performance of the agreement. So certainly, if the concessionaire is down there doing something outside the scope of the agreement, I want to stop right there for a minute. Their indemnification to us under the term of the agreement is worthless if they're out there doing something outside the scope of what we hired them to do, but also our liability is stopped. We do not have liability in that scenario because they aren't acting as our agent. I'm going to take that opportunity to jump down to 21. It just indicates that they are an independent consultant of us. That is critical because at that point, we preserve our right to sovereign immunity. Reading through the rest of paragraph 20, you'll see that the only thing they don't indemnify us from are anything in which the county specifically was negligent. If our people were down there doing something negligent, they're not going to indemnify us from that. And typically, in pretty much any jurisdiction, state or federal, if you ask for indemnification and you don't carve out an exception, and you say it's blanket indemnity, you indemnify us for everything under this contract, and you don't say, except for that which we do wrong, they have a right to say, well, that's a one-sided or unilateral provision. No, we're saying you're going to indemnify us for anything you do wrong with this contract. Separately, we add in the clause that we do not waive sovereign immunity and that we don't consent to being sued by third parties. Coupling all that together with our right to sovereign immunity, which absolutely exists, and the statutory caps on injuries or things of that nature that would protect us even more, I fail to see how you could have any more blanket indemnification from this group that would actually be upheld in court. Can't ever stop somebody from suing us, though. Mr. O'Rourke's right, to the extent that somebody's going to sue us if it happens on our beach. I mean, there have been counties in this state that have been sued over shark attacks. Not an allegation that they didn't have lifeguards, not an allegation they didn't have beach flags, not an allegation they didn't keep the public out of the water, just it was a dangerous situation and you should have done something more. Now, you can probably imagine how far those lawsuits get. They don't get very far, but we can't do that. I would tell the board, we went with the broadest indemnification provision that we use in any of our contracts in this. I know typically we have very lengthy indemnification agreements that we put in private business contracts. We don't do that in this contract because the more detail you get into, the trade-offs of what you get for that indemnification invokes a potential waiver of sovereign immunity. We don't ever want to waive our sovereign immunity protection to ask him to protect us, because nothing's better than that statutory immunity. So, I mean, he could say he's going to indemnify us, but I'd rather have the statutory protection, the statutory cap on damages, than I would him saying he's going to pay for us.
Do you know
In this
if-
case, we get both.
Do you know if Parasail has a hold harmless with their clients and what that is? Do they, when they sign up to buy a beach chair, I don't know, I don't buy beach chairs, but if they're renting something, do they sign something that's, they don't have anything?
Typically, they don't.
Okay, I was just making sure.
I can't imagine
That
how
they're-
a chair would hurt.
They're required to carry the insurance.
Yeah, there is insurance covered in there as well.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
I just wanted to say thank you, Clay, for the explanation. You're the expert, and I appreciate that. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Todd. Barbara?
Thank you, Barbara Morano. I want to take this opportunity to share Friday's conversation that I had with Tony Corman and Kim Jones. They kindly set up a conference call to answer all my questions, and I wanted to thank them for that publicly. I was always under the impression, and I think many citizens were, that there was a dedicated beach vendor zone, and there is not. And the vendors can set up the chairs on the full use of the accesses, the 19 accesses. So even though on the Exhibit A, it actually says At no time is the vendor authorized to authorize more than 50% of the beach access. So I wanted that to be clear. It is first come, first served. The citizens have the whole access, but so does the vendor. They're limited by the sets and the chairs. I want to bring up about, I'm glad we're going to talk about beach ambassadors at the next BCC meeting. For those commissioners who are not on the chair years ago, there's a lot of history there. And Donna DeFrancesco hopefully will be here to explain. But right now, and I was a former beach ambassador, so I can speak very clearly about what we did, and it was a very volunteer organization at that moment in time. Right now, I believe it's under the sheriff's budget, and I think we're giving them over $1 million. So we
1.8.
have the money to take out of the sheriff's budget, and maybe those people can be trained the correct way to do what the beach ambassadors have been able to do. They were at the accesses. They were on the beach walking the whole 26 miles, whether it was public or private. They filled in the holes. And by the way, and Mr. Pender's here, maybe he'll come up and speak, but he said he had control over beach ambassadors. But his attendants are actually beach ambassadors when you really think about it, because they're meeting the people, and they can even give out information about filling the holes. They say they're going to take care of the trash. I know that sounds like a very inconsequential thing for them to do, but we pride ourselves on our Turtle Watch, and we pride ourselves on safety. And speaking about safety, you're talking about money, getting $1 million, or over $1 million from Coastal Parasail. Let's think of our lifeguards. I encourage you to reach out to David Vaughn and really see what he needs, because safety is important, and we do not have our beaches covered entirely the way we think we should have them. So I think he has some ideas, and I think that would be a good way to use some of that money. And I'm honestly thinking that our beach ambassadors should go back. And Tony Corman has a lot of responsibilities, and I'm sure he'll agree with me maybe that ambassadors could go back to the tourist department and have them trained that way, and then coordinate with code. And that would be just something that always was there. It was always under Jay Tusa. So I'm glad we'll talk about that at the next agenda. So
Thank you very much. Appreciate it, Barbara.
Thanks, Barbara.
Yes, ma'am.
Amy Wise Coble, and I just want to say, I think, again, I know a lot of hard work has gone into this. I don't criticize Tony, any of you, for the decision that's been made. I do want to say that I think it's somewhat of a sad day. My ex-husband is the OG of the beach services alongside Greg Lockley and a guy named Larry Neville that were the only 3 beach services on 30A when I located here. Chip got out of the managed vendor. He never wanted to be a part of the managed vendor program, as some of you in this room know, and he stepped away from public beaches all the time. But there was a day in this county, a guy named Van S. Butler paid him to drive the Grayton Beach shuttle. And he was the Pied Piper of Grayton Beach. That white truck would come onto that beach, and there were kids coming from every direction, and he'd pick up sets, and he'd throw kids in the back, and we'd drive through with the Big Pig and the Patrons. And they were the golden years, and, I'm all about progress, and I'm still here. I still love this county. I still love living here. But I do believe that even decisions like this, they do impact tourism. People are very loyal to the service providers that they use in the area when they've come here year after year after year. So there are going to be tourists that are disappointed that they're now working with what they see to be a more corporate entity. I think every time that we take something from the unique small place that we used to be and we turn it into a more corporate relationship, while there are some pains to growth, we have to understand there are impacts of those decisions. So I have to clearly be at the gymnasium in about 15 minutes, but I did want to share that with you. I do want to continue to encourage this body to use your Tourist Development Council. Please come to those individuals, those of us that are in tourism, get our thoughts. We're there for a reason. We're actually having a special meeting. We want to support you more. We want to take some of the tourism pressure off of you so that it comes to us, and then we understand. We just recommend. It's still your decision. And lastly, I also wanted to just show my support for Tiffany Edwards. She is coming up before you today for approval onto the TDC. Boy, we had a great cast of characters that expressed their interest in that seat, so we're very fortunate in that realm. But Tiffany brings a lot of expertise to help us. Thank you all, and have a great day.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Anyone else? Yes, sir.
While he's walking up, Madam Chair, I like that Paracel is using some of the folks that have already been, vending. And that was one of my major concerns, and that's why I brought that up with Tony. And I think we're shooting for that 90% tile of the workers that have already been here that will work under Paracel. And bringing the managers from them was a good step also to help fight that, when the tourists come down here and they see the same faces they saw down here last year and the year before. So, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Dave Meadows, MEADOWS. Thank you for the opportunity. Just wanted to say our hat was in the ring for the contracts, and sadly, we did not get it. But La Dolce Vita, we will support you guys, and whatever you want, we'll support Coastal, help everybody out in the county. We're here forever. We're not going anywhere. We're also going to be here whenever you need us to take over this contract in the future. I did have a clarification from Tony Corman. You spoke saying on the public beaches that the vendor could be at the wet sand. Is not the ordinance 15 feet? On public beach, is it 15 feet or is it wet sand?
15 feet from the dunes, but they cannot set on wet sand.
No.
It used to be, I know it used to be 15 feet from the wet
In
sand.
the current ordinance right now, on a public beach, is it 15 feet from the water's edge? And on a private beach, it's wet sand, out of the wet sand?
No, it is.
So that's straight across the board,
Wet sand.
public and private?
Wet sand because the water's edge, of course, moves all the time. So,
I just thought you guys kept it 15 feet on the public beaches, but up
It's
on
15
dry
feet from
sand
the toe of
only
the
on
dune.
private.
the 15 feet from the toe of the dune, but it's water's wet sand.
Understood. Thank you. That's it. Thank you again.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Are you sure about that, Tony? Pretty sure. Well, can,
But I think he's asking about all beaches, because they'll do bins at the
He-
west end and the south end. And we do have public beaches at the west
I
end.
need you to come up to the podium if you want to speak.
I'm pretty sure we changed it to wet sand.
Can you just confirm that for us? Thank you. Thank you. Anyone else?
If y'all remember, right after y'all approved that, so it didn't differentiate.
Tony, come to the microphone.
It didn't differentiate between vendors and the public, so y'all were getting calls about, because the code officers were telling the public they had to get back from the wet sand as well. And so after meeting with Administrator Sunday and we discussed it, the public can set up in the wet sand as long as they don't set up and block the area, because that area is for traversing the beach. But I'm 97.3% sure that it's wet sand.
We'll just get back with that other couple percent, let us know.
Whatever it is, do we need to have that in a contract for the commercial aspect of this?
In the contract, they have to comply with the ordinance.
Okay,
So
all right, all right.
We're just going to confirm what the ordinance says. Anyone else want to speak to this? Okay, seeing none, public comments is closed. Do we have a motion and a second?
Yep.
Okay, any more comments from the board? Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Thank you very much, appreciate that. Okay, now we got another one. Mr. Sunday, do you want to announce that?
Mr. Coleman?
Yes.
You're up. We'll go ahead and take the item number 30. Commissioners, this is a request for correction regarding an amendment to the Walton County Code of Ordinances, Chapter 24, concerning voting on waterways and business in the public hearing to amend the full subchapter of that ordinance.
And before Tony starts, I'm going to just give a couple comments at the outset here, not about the form or the content of the ordinance, but I think I speak for everyone involved, sitting at the dais, and staff, and probably the public, and your people who monitor your inboxes who are sitting in the back for your commissioners' aides. They want this issue done. So perhaps as a bit of encouragement, guidance, or otherwise on that front, Mr. Corman and I spoke about this, and I asked him to come up here, give a brief recitation of what's happened at the last public workshop, but give us a chance to talk today at this level, because the problem that I see that's technical, it's not what you're doing, but it's a technical function of how statutory adoption or ordinance adoption works under Florida statute, is Mr. Corman can go and he can talk to Commissioner Drake, talk to Commissioner Anderson, Gladwell, Curry, Johns, and he's got all these notes. He can't poll you. Sunshine Law says he can't go to one and say, well, I've got two who agree to this if you'll agree to this. We just can't do that. So he's stuck trying to assemble a contract when he goes through that you each have your own ideas about and maybe saying the same things, but it could be as simple as, well, I'd like it presented this way or that way. So we don't ever have that opportunity. So what happens is when he tries to present this, we get an ordinance that we advertise, we come back before you, there's not consensus among three because despite his best efforts, consensus may not have ever existed or it wasn't compiled correctly. So then we have to re-advertise. And that's a public hearing that we have to keep re-advertising and aggravating the public. So we're not asking for a hard decision today on everything, but we are asking, once Tony goes over what he's done, as much guidance as you can give about what you want this to look like so that whatever we put together and we advertise this public hearing is not gonna be the first time, well, I thought I wanted this and I wanted this. There was an understanding this is what the board told us to bring back. And then y'all still get to vote up or down. So I'm not trying to tie your hands, but I'm looking for a little bit more guidance. This is where us having leeway as staff is probably not good for you, so.
Well, my concern is that we're gonna wait too long and we're gonna be in the middle of the season before we have anything.
Again.
And that's why we're
Right.
bringing it up to do it this way, so we can not go through that process 3 more times. So, Mr. Corman.
All right, so, again, this is about the public workshop we had. We held that on January the 7th. That was the 3rd workshop we held on this topic. So I sent each of you an email, and we also attached it to the agenda, what we put together. Thank you, Ms. Jones, for putting that together for us from the workshop. A lot of people said some of the same stuff, and I think we got most everything in here, but I'm just gonna kind of go down the list and throw it out there of some things that they brought up. And again, this is not necessarily code's recommendation on some of it. It is what the people that attended the workshop said. So, some of the suggestions were, do not allow commercial use at Cessna on Saturdays as congestion is heaviest on Saturdays. So that was one. As an alternative to that, we could require commercial vendors to use shuttles on Saturdays to drop off and pick up passengers, allow them to just not use the parking lot area, because on the weekends, you probably got more of your residents that's trying to launch their boats and all that stuff. I think most people agreed that we probably need an attendant at Cessna Park to make sure that the citizens and the commercial vendors are following the ordinance and they would be addressing issues like improper parking, boats being tied up to the dock for extended periods, unattended boats at the dock, launching vessels before the entire party arrives, which if you think about it, a lot of the restaurants you go to don't even seat you until the entire party gets there, so that may be one option, just say you can't launch the boat till the entire party arrives. We have a cleaning station that's close to the launch area there, so moving the cleaning station away from where they don't come in and just tie up and then be cleaning the fish. I would like to add that if y'all decide that you do want to put an attendant there, which we think is a good idea, we're asking that we add 2 beach code officers, and that would just be we have our code officers in zones. That would just be one of their zones, so we would rotate that. Because if you just put an attendant there, they're not issuing citations, so a code officer could make sure that they enforce the rules, so we would ask for that. To alleviate dock crowding at Cessna, the fish cleaning station, which I've already mentioned, should be moved from the launch area to another location. That was somebody had mentioned that. Eliminate the requirement for a captain's license for businesses that do not require that. Just require the livery permit from FWC as part of the application when they submit for their permit. Of course, a few said leave it as is and enforce the ordinance approved by the BCC on June the 21st. So there were some that was wanting to leave it just like it is. We had one actually it was a commercial vendor that said vendors should pay a yearly usage fee, which is the permit fee, and all users should pay a launch fee each time a vessel is launched. So that was just, again, this is just what was presented at the workshop. Limit commercial permits to Walton County residents or business owners. We do that for charter fishing and scuba charter operations on the beach. So that was another option. I think I already went over, but passengers should not be allowed to load or unload at the launch boat ramp. So where you launch the boat, there's a ramp there. So we're saying launch the boat, get it moved around to one of the feeder docks, and then that's where they can load. Commercial vendors should not be allowed to leave trucks and trailers in the parking lot. They should be required to park them off-site. Do not allow personal watercraft to be left on the property all day. I think what they're talking about there is some people may bring a jet ski on a trailer, put it in one of those parking spots and leave it there all day. So many of the participants expressed some pros and cons to our 3 parks right there on the bay that's kind of close to Cessna Park, the Grady Brown Park, and Pilcher Park. So I'm going to give you some of those pros. Pros for Cessna Park were deep water all the way out. It's a good experience for the tourists. The proximity to Crab Island, safest all-weather locations because it's kind of protected. So if the wind's coming out of the east, the Pilcher Park has a little bit of issue. If it's coming out of the west, Grady Brown Park has an issue. There was one person brought up the fact that at Pilcher Park we could possibly put another launch in on the west side, but if we did, I think we don't actually own that. I think we're renting that or something, so we'd have to get approval through DOT to be able to do that. A lot of people didn't like Pilcher Park because they said the ramp is too steep. There's no barrier there or breakwater there, and the waves can get up to 2 or 3 foot when the wind coming out of the east. So that's kind of what was discussed and what we sent you by email. Like Mr. Atkinson mentioned, we're here today to try to get some guidance from y'all on what y'all want us, how y'all want us to change the ordinance, leave it as it is, or what y'all would like us to do with that ordinance.
Well, I personally don't want to leave it as it is. I think some of the ideas that they brought up at the meeting were good. I kind of want to caveat this with, it's not the county's responsibility to give people a place to do their vending. I just want to couch it with that. It's really not. And what has happened is that a lot of people that live in that area can't launch their own boats because it's being taken over by commercial vending. So I just want to say that, but if there's a way we can work it to where it's satisfactory to both sides, then let's try to do something like that. But I just want them to realize that it's not their personal office that, that they just get to have. I mean, it's for the county. And so with that being said, some of the ideas that you brought up that I do like, and everyone can say, I like the idea of no vending on Saturdays because that's really the changeover day anyway, and that's the day that the local people like to get out on their boats. So I think that was a good idea. I also think it's a good idea to limit to the Walton County residents. I also think that the attendant is necessary. And I agree with the $1,000 permit. And I don't know what the launch fee would be, whatever kind of launch fee you would come up with. And then I also think that there should be, if somebody's not following the rules, there should be fines. And then there should be, to someone's point earlier, 1, 2, 3 strikes, you're out. If if you're not going to do it right and you've proven that you're not going to, then you don't get to use it at all.
Well, we've already talked to legal, Mr. Atkinson, about doing a fine resolution to go along with our new ordinance, but we got to get the ordinance first, so we'll know what the violations would be, and then we can do a fine and fee resolution.
Okay. That's pretty much my thought. And I also wonder if we should just do it as a pilot program to see if it works. And that way, if it doesn't work, then we can just scratch it all together and say, no vending.
Madam Chair. On the permits, Tony, is that $1,000 per vendor or per vessel?
That would be $1,000 per vessel.
Okay.
Each vessel has the permit attached to it.
Okay, so my next question is, because I see the pros and cons, we see overcrowding. So I don't want to cut the legs off of anybody or any business, but can we put a cap of some sort in there? Instead of somebody who has 40 pontoon boats or 40 charter boats, sorry, we can only get you 20 out of here, out of this particular park. Is that a possibility?
I mean, that would be a legal question, but I think you could do that. I mean.
Absolutely.
Okay. Because, and then the attendant I like too, and a part of that money, I chose to run for this position to look at the county more from a business standpoint. So if there's a way with these fees to pay for that attendant, I don't want to keep taking out of the taxpayers' funding or out of the general fund. So if we can make that attendant or that beach code officer paid for by these fees, I'm all in, but I want to make sure that attendant or that code officer is there when the people are there. I don't want rotation where there's, hey, he's gone. Let's do all the bad stuff that we ain't supposed to do.
Well, when I said rotation a while ago about the code officers, I just meant that would be one of their zones. So whoever's up for
Okay.
that zone, that's where they would be posted up at during the day.
Well, and I don't know what that cap is. I don't know how many vessels these particular vendors have, but if each of them have 20, maybe and do a pilot program for the first year. Maybe each vendor can only have 15 vessels that go out of there, or whatever that number is. Let's find that number to defeat the con of overcrowding at the docks. And then if we happen to get that land that Stan's wanting to, get, or we want to go get, it just makes it more better. That's why I think the pilot, or let's look at it again after the first year. Let's get something in writing this year that pretty much covers everybody, and then next year let's look at it again.
I hate to break it to y'all,
And he looks
but
at me.
we're gonna talk about this every year, no matter what we do. I mean, so every year is a pilot program, because every year we have to talk about it, just like a lot of other things. So, don't think we're gonna fix it and go away. But,
Job security.
yeah, that's job security. But, problem with Cessna, and Pilcher for that matter, is these parks are paid for by tourist dollar, TDT tax. And so, to ban business from a park to ban businesses that are tourist-driven from a park that is paid for by tourist dollars, that might get Mr. Atkinson some work. So, I don't think we need to do that. I think the suggestion about moving that fish cleaning station, that seems to be a lot of the problem. That's a good one. We can't go another year without an attendant there. There's just no way. And I think making it locals only for these permits is a good, and by local county residents, that's a good thing. But I don't like charging regular citizens launch fees. I think regular citizens pay for those things with their taxes, and to charge them another fee to use a county-owned facility, I think is not right. So, but I do think the $1,000 per vessel. I'm not sure about putting, caps, or if we do put caps, they should be, liberal, and we should allow them to use, if they can't get into Cessna, they can use Pilcher or Grady Brown, so. Although Grady Brown is the exception, it's paid for by general fund money. It's a park, it's Parks and Rec. So I think we could ban commercial, use of Grady Brown Park. And so that if we're gonna do anything like that, I think Grady Brown would be the one to do it. I think we need to remove the, captain's license requirement. That seems to be a huge flashpoint of problems. And, let's see how that goes. And then next year we can come argue about it again.
As far as the launch fee, I agree with you that locals should not have to pay that, but I think the way that Okaloosa County does it, if you're from Okaloosa County, you don't have to pay a launch fee, but if you're from Walton County and you go over there, then you do. And
I don't
I
have
think
a
it's
problem with
minimal. I think it's minimal, yeah.
I don't have a
yeah.
problem with that.
So.
Well,
I
and just
agree
keep
with
in
moving the
mind, we're
fish
gonna,
station.
you know, we talked a while ago about being able to enforce things. That's another good reason why we should have a code officer there rather than just a tenant, because somebody starts launching and you ask them, are you a county resident? And they just say, yeah, and then you say, well, can I see your, something that proves that? And, well, I left my wallet at home. You
But
know,
they
so
drove
we go-
there.
Yeah, so we would just have to figure a few things out if we do that.
So would you have to request a seasonal or a full-time?
I think they use that pretty, I would want it to be full-time, because we could also do other things with it, but during, I don't know exactly when the busiest time there, during the summer is super busy because of pontoon boat, we have jet ski rentals, we have, all kind of activities going on, especially at Cessna.
Are you thinking one or two, because, you know, one's gonna have to do a shift and then another one's gonna have to do a
Well,
shift?
the way our beach code officers work is we have a shift that works Wednesday through Saturday and one that works Sunday through Wednesday. So they work 4 10-hour days. So every Wednesday, we have all the code officers working on the beach. So what we would want to do is have two. We would put one on the Wednesday through Saturday shift and one on the Sunday through Wednesday. And then that would just be their, I think this shift would be a day shift, so the day shift comes in at 6. I don't know, we may have to adjust it to take care of the charter boat captains and stuff to make sure that we are there whenever they're there, but just work the day shift then, and I don't think we have trouble.
Is that when the park opens? Does that have a particular open and close date at that park?
I don't think it has, because people go there at night floundering and,
I don't want you to say you're gonna be there at 6 and everybody's there at 4 launching.
well, we might say 6, but we may show up at 4.
I got you. I just wanted to make sure that you were gonna have coverage
Yeah,
if we
yeah.
did this.
Yeah.
One other thing, that we need to do is we need to ensure that, or we need to have these officers keep detailed notes and logs about activity, how much activity went. There's a lot of what we do that's based on supposition and anecdotal talk.
Right.
And we need some hard data about how this actually works. And the only way to get that is y'all keep some records. And then we'll know next year, we won't have to just,
Yeah, we'll know
Talk
what
to
days are the
Fred.
busiest, we'll know, we can track, several things. Daily use, which day is the busiest, what time of the year is the
who's
busiest.
using it when.
Who's using it when, there's a lot of things we could track.
Computers are a great thing,
Mhm.
sometimes.
Commissioner Drake, did you have anything?
No, I'm in agreement with a lot of this.
Okay. So, did you send him back to put this all in?
You feel like you have more than just a little consensus?
I think so, I think we can put our heads together and come up with an ordinance that,
Is there anything you, and I won't put Michael on the spot, he's hovering somewhere, I'm sure, but is there anything that y'all heard was kind of crosstalk that y'all want to go ahead and clarify while we're right here? terms of implementation specifically?
No, we did talk a little bit about the $1,000 permit plus a launch fee. I mean, maybe we need to clarify that a little bit. Should we just go with $1,000 permit and forget the launch fee for this year?
Well, the
And
launch
this-
fee, not for Walton County residents, but for
Right.
anybody else.
And that's, like I said before, that's gonna be, I mean,
How would you
Deter-
police that?
do I now?
How would you police that?
Well, and that's why, what I was just thinking about, that's gonna be, that could be difficult.
Well, if
Um,
you're driving your boat there, you should have your driver's license
You
on
should,
you.
you should.
So your code officer would have a bank and he would have to take check, cash, charge? I mean, how
Well-
else you gonna do
Well,
it?
it would have to be, I think they would have to pay
Credit card.
for it online. We have a,
An online reservation system, something of that nature.
Well, how do they do it at Joe's Bayou?
I think you pay there. There's an attendant, I believe.
is
There's
Joe,
an
is
attendant on
Joe's
site. They
Bio
take
private or
cash.
is it public?
I think it's private, right?
Yeah,
Or they did at one point, they may not anymore.
Oh, you can put the little thing on your cell phone and swipe
Yeah,
it.
it's-
Yeah,
Square.
like Square, yeah.
Square.
Yeah.
well, and they do it at, state parks and stuff where they have an attendant. and
Isn't
pay.
there an app, kind of like like Passport for the paid parking, that they could use something
Yeah, I had
similar
to
to
do
that?
in
Well,
That's
and once we go to a paid parking, I think we could all incorporate all that together. Just like what we're working on with the beach drive on and all that stuff. I think it could all work together.
Okay.
How far out are you on that?
Whenever we want to pass it.
Yeah, we're
We're-
still.
I was just
waiting
thinking,
for
do we wanna
him.
hold off on that until you're ready for the parking? I mean, do we wanna?
Well, that Mr. Sunday is handling the paid parking part.
Hey, you better watch putting him on the spot.
Well, I mean,
When are we gonna schedule the public hearing?
So what I would need is a motion to schedule a public hearing for February 25th in this location.
So moved.
Second.
so can I make sure I understand? We want to do the $1,000 permit, but we also want to come up with a launch fee for out-of-county residents and commercial? Or just, or the $1,000 covers the
I think the
commercial?
$1,000 covers it
Okay.
per vessel.
Right.
All right, yeah, all right.
Yeah, that's gonna get into some serious cash. If you got 20 content, that's $20,000.
Right.
So you've got the attendant, and you've got moving the fish station,
Mhm.
and you've got limiting it to Walton County residents, and you've got the $1,000 permit, and you've got no commercial vending at Grady Brown, and you've got no vending on Saturdays?
So we do want to make it no commercial vending at Grady Brown? Is that what?
Well, I mean, if you wanna guarantee the locals a place to go, that's the place to go. Because the other two places are paid for with TDC money. But Grady Brown is paid for in general fund money. So if y'all wanna have a dedicated local place to go, Grady Brown is the place. If y'all don't care about that, then, I mean, it's all right.
I mean, they don't use it now from what I've heard, because
Not
of all
much.
the issues there,
Well, and
so.
I'll let Mr.,
Are you talking about the commercial fishermen out of, there's a lot of commercial fishermen that use Grady Brown.
Oh, they did?
Oh, they
Daily.
do.
Uh,
I mean, that was just a suggestion.
Is it a problem, though, as much as Cessna's smaller, and is it a problem as much
I
at
think
Grady
the
Brown?
problem is when that wind's coming out of the west or southwest or whatever, I think.
No, I mean like the parking and things like
I
that.
haven't heard anything negative at Grady Brown.
Just
I
on the
haven't-
holidays, I believe the parking there, but not a big deal, that I know of.
Okay, so do you want to just
Just leave it on.
leave Grady Brown?
Yeah, that was just a suggestion. That wasn't my desire.
Okay.
And a couple of you did mention, do not allow commercial use at Cessna on Saturday, but I think we've determined we're not gonna fool with that because it's TDC funded, right?
I would be real careful
Yeah,
about
okay.
that.
I'm just making sure that me and Mr. Atkinson are on the same page, and, you know how he is, he'll come up with something he heard that I didn't hear.
I think that
Tony
attendant,
doesn't listen well sometimes.
well, I think that code officer, that attendant keeping things moving will.
Yeah, I think that's
will
gonna help a lot.
Really help things
I
out.
think we're gonna see that help things a lot.
So
And-
we'll, I'm
And the
sorry.
long-term the long-term solution for a lot of this is build more ramps and add more parking. And if we can do that, add more docks, and if we can do that, then some of this will go away. But you gotta have a place for the locals who don't, I mean, if I only wanna go fishing 4 or 5 times a year and I drive down there and I can't launch my boat, I'm not gonna be a real happy person.
Well, it's funny because me and Mr. Gainey was talking here in the last few days about, because we both grew up here, of course, several of y'all did, and we think there was more launch places along 331 there back in the day when you used to go floundering. You'd drive down to the bay, and if it was rough on the east side, you put in on the west side. If it's rough on the west side, you put in on the east side. So
That's the way it used to be, but it's not that way no more.
that's right. All right, so I think we've got it.
Well, I want to make sure I understood. Now, if it's non-commercial, just a Walton County resident, they live here and they're only going to take their boat out once or twice a summer, there's no launch
No,
fee, right?
no, there's no launch fee.
And there's no $1,000 permit?
No.
Okay.
Did we vote on that motion?
I think we had a second.
We have a motion saying we've not voted to schedule a public hearing yet.
Yeah, we're scheduling the public hearing to bring the ordinance
ain't
back.
got it.
Back
gotta
for the
vote.
25th of February.
We gotta vote.
You made a motion?
I made a motion.
And you made a second?
Yeah.
Right, now you
Okay.
got public
Any
comment
public
about
comments?
setting the public hearing.
Okay.
Okay.
Any public comments about us setting the public hearing? This is only about setting the public hearing. Okay, seeing none? Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Oh, we got
Got Zoom.
Oh, I'm
Let
sorry.
me clarify one thing too. We want to eliminate the requirement of the captain's license. Is
Yeah.
that?
Yes,
Yeah.
correct.
Okay.
Yes.
There's a couple of things that I think.
We've got someone on Zoom right now. Is he connected yet?
So good afternoon. One comment, please, and thank you for all of the discussion on this. Would it be possible for us to get this on the agenda for the next BCC meeting? Because if we leave this to the 25th, basically with my business right now, I'm not taking reservations for next year. I've got insurance payments that are due and everything else. And I'm just scared to do anything until you know, you guys, the BCC makes a decision. If it's possible to get this on the, what was it, the first meeting in February, it would certainly help me out.
We're checking right now to see when that date is.
We wouldn't be able to. We're already past the Harold Beach Breeze cutoff for this week, so there's no way for it to go in on the 29th. If we put it in tomorrow, it'll run on the 5th, and our meeting is on the 11th, and we have to have 10 days. So there's no way I can get it turned in that period of time. I mean, the board can make an exception from its policy to hear this in North Walton, but we wouldn't be able to comply with the statutory notice time.
So we can't do it.
What about online notification?
Still has to be 10 days in advance. I don't believe we have anybody that generates it that covers the statutory requirement for ordinances in this area. The online repositories the legislature moved to have typically not been very accessible to us. Jason, we've not had any success with those. They're shaking their head no on their advertisement.
Unfortunately, we're not going to be able to accommodate that because of the time constraints, because we have to advertise it. We have to have 10 days to advertise it.
And the board also has to have time to see the draft document we're
Right,
going to
and we have-
circulate,
Right. Unfortunately.
as does the public, so.
Okay. Well, thank you for the consideration.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank
I
you.
just wanted to bring up, you made a
Francis
comment,
Bacon.
Wait, just
the
some-
prior
Okay, go ahead, I'm
two
sorry.
ordinances where we define
Did
commercial.
you state your name?
Gary Shipman. The prior two ordinances that have been adopted in the past, where you define commercial, you're talking about operating a vessel or watercraft for use by the public, meaning, you know, like a pontoon boat rental or something of that nature. I just heard him talk about commercial generally, and I don't think, but I may be wrong, that you're wanting to classify, like, for example, Regional Utilities has a couple of boats that we have to use to check pipes and put divers in the water.
No,
if
you're
there's
getting a bunch of head shakes back here
And I
saying, no,
don't
that's not
think you're
included.
trying to include the dock builders with their commercial barges. And I don't think you're trying to include the commercial fishermen or crabbers. So I'm worried that what I heard here was an expansion on the definition of commercial vessels. Before you defined it, and it was pretty simple, it was defined as operating a vessel or watercraft for use by the public at or from a public boat ramp for monetary gain to be deemed commercial activity. So that would have excluded the dock builders, that would have excluded regional utilities, that would have excluded the commercial crabbers or the mullet boats, because they're not operating a
You're
watercraft.
good. Code's nodding that that's still their intent. There was not an intention to change that.
And then one of the other problems that I didn't hear addressed that I think would help tremendously, that most places do have, is a tie-off time limitation on your docks, because that's one of the problems. The rental boats are tying off and waiting for their customers. So
Absolutely,
So if you had in there a tie-off time, 10 minutes or.
right. And we did discuss that.
We did, and actually, I didn't mention it, but that was one of the things that I was going to mention to Mr. Atkins. The way it's worded now is a little vague, so we want to put a time limit. And
That'll
we
be
discussed it,
included.
we think 10 minutes maximum.
Yeah.
That don't mean you got to stay there 10 minutes.
Because that would help tremendously. And then the last thing I'd ask, because when you did it before and we got a draft, and I'm the one that probably created the problem because I got it with Clay, I think you need to have the county attorney review the draft before it goes out because, for example, before, and it's not code's fault because they don't understand this, but like when we write a legal document, you have, for example, capitalized terms and you define them. And those capitalized terms, everywhere it's capitalized throughout the document, then it has that defined meaning. But if it's not capitalized, it's not that meaning. Well, the way they drafted it before, it mixed and matched, and so I would just ask. that
It will go through him,
It goes through the county attorney.
yes, yes.
And then the last thing I wanted to bring up, which really in the ordinance, but some of you may remember a number of years ago, I got Jim Welburn to donate a piece of property at the end of 13th Street, which is actually within eyesight of Cessna Landing. And there's a reverter clause on the property that says if you use it for any purpose other than a public park, it reverts back to him, because the intent was for you to have a public park there. And that would alleviate some of this if you would build a public park, put a boat ramp in there at the end of 13th Street.
Thank you. Thank you.
We're trying to build that, and Mr. Kellenberger can maybe give us more detail, but my understanding is, and if I'm wrong, shake your head, Brian, but my understanding is we're trying to get the permits from the Army Corps. Is that?
Yeah, I talked to Chance briefly about that, and because that property at one time was, or actually still is, a platted lot, I don't think the Army Corps has any say over you on fill, and to the extent you're talking about a boat ramp or a dock, because it's a platted lot, they would have to allow you to build at least 1,000 square feet of dock. They couldn't deny you.
I think
So-
Chance Powell is looking at options for that whole area, a big master plan for that area. As a matter of fact, I think that was on our,
That's on our
But Mr.
Legislative
Welborn
list.
years ago saw the problem coming at Cessna and gave you all that land to do this. In fact, he actually tried to build the park for you, but we could never work out the details.
thank you very much. Yes,
For the record, Alan Osborne, I think you are way off. You're gonna dig yourself a hole you can't get out of. No other county is providing this. It'd be one thing if you owned a bunch of land, but I think Mr. Glidewell's incorrect on that. Look, I went to church there 30-some years ago, and Cessna Landing was there. We may have started using TDC funds to maintain it, but Cessna Landing existed when the comp plan was adopted. And your problem is, you now have 4 times the amount of residences in that area than you adopted in the comp plan. So we broke this ourselves. But thinking that we've got to spend this kind of time to provide people a business opportunity is flawed thinking. Destin doesn't do it, Okaloosa doesn't do it, Panama City does it a little bit because they own a city marina. But you talk about money, that's chump change of what they're making, and you're losing all your residents ain't got nothing. That's why I don't go there anymore. I used to lawn chair years ago, but I got sick of it about 10 years ago. So you better consider that, because I own a charter boat, and I've owned one for 25 years. And when we didn't have a place to put them, you know what the city and county told us in Okaloosa? Go build one. You're in business. And $1,000 a year, right now, I think a pontoons pay at least $800 of rent a month. And the charter boats go from 12 to, if it's big enough, you might paying $2,000. I bought my slip for $500,000 to run my business, and I had no expectation that the county or government would get involved in helping me fund my business. As long as you continue to fund private enterprise over, or public enterprise and commercial rights over private people's, you're gonna have a bunch of mad people in a situation that you can't change. Okay, Cessna is the only deep water landing in there. And nobody, and let me tell you, that guy stood up and said he had $1 million in charter boats, then he drives them out the pass. Because if he has $1 million charter boat, it's going fishing out Okaloosa County. He's just getting him picked up there. But this silliness of reinventing the wheel over what other governments do, Cessna was designed as a neighborhood boat launch back in the days of the comp plan. And just because you've chosen to maintain it with tourist dollars, that's your choice. But it wasn't bought that way. Now, I agree that you need those other 3 parcels, but you don't need them for commercial activity. You need to handle the faux pas of planning, allowing so many changes over the years that overloaded the infrastructure. You still need them, but you need them from the people that pay tax. That's what you need, the people that live here. And if you need to have a commercial opportunity, then planning and zoning should help a private. Some guy stood up here and said he had all this stuff, but he just didn't want to do it. Well, when you stop enabling them to do it on the public dime, they'll do what we did. We formed a cooperation, we bought land, we developed it, and we sold shares. And that's called business in America.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to speak to this? Okay, seeing none, public comments is closed. We have a motion and a second.
Scheduling a public hearing.
Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Okay, thank you. Looks like now we're on the voting for seats, right?
That's right.
The first one's the library seat. We have.
Can you tell us when the next meeting is for that?
When is that next meeting?
February the
25th?
25th, here at this location at 1 o'clock.
Thank you. Okay, we all have a sheet. The first one's library. So I suspect that, like, I will write down my choice for District 4, and you each will do the same. for
Each
yours?
sheet should have 2 names written in, so write in the name that you are picking for your district,
And
next
at
to your
large.
district, and then one for at large. Don't write a name next to a district that's not yours.
I thought we were doing verbal. I don't think I got on my sheet.
Yes, they passed it out. They passed it out. Oh, there, it's right there.
So write down a name
From the bottom of where it says applicants
your
on the
district.
library one,
and then,
under your district.
and then add an at-large?
Yes.
Everyone will write down an at-large, and then each commissioner for their respective district.
And the clerk will tabulate the names for that large, and the highest vote getter will be the appointee.
Need to sign these?
Yes,
Please.
please.
Ideally, print your name if your signature is illegible too, please.
Do what?
Print your name if your signature is illegible.
Don't put your mark.
Who are we passing this to? You?
The clerk,
Okay,
going around that way.
mine's legible.
I can't even read mine.
Gotta do that on all of them.
I don't know who half these, I don't know who any of these people.
The next one's affordable housing.
Did we get?
I don't think we got anything on those.
Yes, it's that one, yeah.
This one?
Uh-huh.
I'm lying.
And
Yeah, if you
So-
want to go ahead and take items 32, 33, everyone you've got a sheet for, if y'all want to go ahead and do them, we'll just take a few minutes and let you work through them.
Well,
How are we gonna work
Okay,
this?
so there are 12 seats for the affordable housing, 11 of which need an appointment. So 11 out of 12 need to be appointed.
And there's only 9 applicants.
That's right. So I guess
Well, if somebody
everybody
wants
that's
just
on
to
there-
accept the slate presented,
Okay, okay, how about that?
Well, that's what,
Except the slate presented, I mean, you got 9 applicants for 11 seats.
Yep.
Mr. Carpenter, are you gonna?
but if we don't have,
Commissioners, we have 3 seats that are not expiring on that board.
Which one?
In other words, you're gonna have to pick 8 of 9.
So we're gonna have to scratch one out.
It says there are
Shirley
12
Guillory,
seats, 11
Patricia
of which
Parker,
need
and
an
Melissa
appointment.
Ward's seat terms have not expired yet.
That's not what our
That
agenda
ain't,
says.
but
That's
which,
not what it says.
Our agenda says 11 of 12 need to be filled.
Mhm. I'm just sticking with accept slate presented.
Well, I thought I was going to present this, but if y'all would like to do it, that's fine with me.
I don't have any, I mean,
Which ones are on there, are staying on there that don't need to be reappointed?
Matilda Hughes Neal, Joel Paul's application came in late.
who?
Joel Paul, John Harrison, Teresa Jones, Carolyn Zonia, Diane McManus, and the next 3 have not expired yet. Shirley Guillory, Patricia Parker, and Melissa Ward. 2 of those were appointed in '22 and 1 in '23.
So you need how many total?
is this design review?
No, this is affordable housing.
housing.
I don't know about y'all, I'm totally confused.
On affordable housing, how many
If you
people?
will- If you'll select these 5, I'll bring the rest back next month, including the ones that have not yet expired.
Okay, so we'll just do accept slate
Ah.
presented, and you understand what we want, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Take the whole thing?
But if one gets a
Oh, wait.
plurality and not a majority,
Oh,
that's concerning.
okay. Darn, I read it on the wrong one.
We're just accepting the,
Well, I would say this. You got 4 members, so I mean, you're gonna have to get 3 out of 4 on everything, or accept the ones with 2, don't accept the, one can't
Oh,
be a
that one.
plurality, so your plurality would be if you get 2 of the board members. If that's the
Well, what
case,
if you
it's likely
did
to
a-
be tie.
can you pass those?
What if we did round 1 and then you had to do a final round?
Can you pass those to Mary?
We can do that. If the board wants, it could also just accept staff's recommendation he has on the agenda, would be the other option. Just
Where's-
5 names.
Where's that?
It's in the agenda, back at Rikers Crawford. So it is page 1 of the agenda item report. You have 5 names listed for acceptance.
So,
Need those 5. So
What page is
cover
this?
5 of
If we could do those 5 and set their terms to expire in December 31 of '27,
What page is this?
26,
the.
December 31 of '26,
Commissioner, you got it up there.
which will be almost 2 years.
I've already turned mine, that
Yeah, I
in,
already
but I'm on the
turned mine on.
DRB. My question to you on the DRB is, Ashley Kramer is the incumbent. Is she still on there, or,
The staff's recommendation is to reappoint her.
okay, but they don't have her name on the list.
Yes. Our
think it's on the
recommendation is to
back here.
reappoint Ashley Kramer to the design professional seat.
Oh, it's on the bottom, okay, okay.
do we need
David
to,
Bailey
This is,
to the general
this is
citizen
affordable
seat.
housing?
No, this would be the
Design
design review
review.
board.
Madam Chair?
He's on affordable housing. You're on affordable housing.
We already passed affordable housing, didn't we?
No, we actually haven't voted on it, so let's go back to.
Oh.
Yeah, let's finish the affordable housing, and then we'll go to the next
I
one.
already sent my sheet on.
Yeah, I did too.
I did too.
Okay.
No,
Clerk has all the sheets.
Okay, so whenever Commissioner Drake finishes
Mr. Drake,
affordable housing,
okay.
we'll move on.
DRB.
So I need to pick 5 of those.
Is that correct?
How many
For
seats
affordable
back
housing.
on affordable
I
housing?
just put accept slate and
That's what I did.
done with it.
So did I. I don't know if he's considered a design professional or which one, but I'll just,
It's Matilda, John Harrison, Teresa Jones, Carolyn Zonia, and Diane McManus.
9 applicants.
Matt, why is John Hemingway scratched out? Did he change his mind for DRB?
I don't think he would qualify for one of the seats.
Okay.
He's on there twice.
He's on there twice.
That's why he's scratched out. They scratched him out.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, his name was listed twice, I'm sorry.
So how many of these do we need to pick?
2,
This is-
wait, 3.
Citizen and
3.
design?
Citizen, affected property owner, and design professional.
DRB.
Yeah.
But what if somebody wins this ballot and they wouldn't be considered on this one, or if they lose this one and would want to be considered on this one? We don't know the outcome.
We don't know the outcome.
Hemingway was on the other ballot. I voted for him.
Well, then I think they voted, I think
That's right,
everybody
'cause he
voted for
wanted-
everybody on the other ballot. I think we're talking about affordable housing.
Well, the Hemingway guy was, Design Review Board is his first choice, and his second choice is affordable housing.
Now, Design Review Board, they've got to qualify for a particular seat. We just can't pick anybody off the list.
You've got to, yeah, right.
And we don't know who
We
qualifies.
have to have a design professional.
Ashley
have to have 2
Kramer
of
and-
those to
and
have a
David
quorum.
Bailey are both design professionals.
Yes, Ashley Kramer is presently a design professional, and Jonathan Hampel, whose term has not expired, is also a design professional, but David Bailey would qualify for that and could provide a quorum if one of those other 2 were absent on that particular meeting. He served on this board before and was a tremendous asset. He's former town manager of Rosemary and Seaside.
I served on the board with him, he's amazing.
Very fair.
Who is this?
David Bailey,
And what's he running for?
Design Review Board.
Yeah, I done got names on there and I ain't gonna change it.
And we're gonna pick how many?
2.
Yeah, 2.
Because,
Design
because Ashley
professional,
Kramer's the
and
incumbent,
we need
she's
a
staying
general
on,
citizen.
correct?
3. Three's what I've got.
Where's the third one? Because I only see the
There's
citizen
a citizen,
and the
affected
design.
property owner, and design professional.
But at the
Affected
bottom,
property
it's got-
owners, we have no applicants.
Okay.
We have no applicants for the affected property owner seat, and we're requesting to advertise for that, and
Well,
Okay.
then, let me scratch that
so we
out.
only have
We
2
have
to
2.
appoint on design review board.
Well, I've appointed 3 on my page.
Well, I'm down to 2 again.
You don't get a smiley face.
We have 3
That's
open
what the
seats,
instructions, huh?
3 open seats. One is a general
Oh,
citizen,
we might.
one is a design professional,
Well, if,
and
if,
affected
Who's
property.
the design professional?
couldn't, Ashley Kramer's a design professional, David could be a design professional, but he also could be an affected property owner, couldn't he?
No, because he does not live within the corridor,
He does not?
or own property within the corridor,
He doesn't?
does not.
All right.
Whatever.
So
we
he's
have
the
to
cit-
qualify
he
him
was-
as a general citizen.
There's an affected property owner right there. Would you like to be on the design review board? Victoria? Yes or no? No?
Well, we're back advertising.
You can do
You tried.
it.
Yeah, that was a good effort.
You can do it.
Okay.
So of the applicants, who's eligible? I mean, anyone's eligible as a citizen.
Right. And then
Yes.
Ms. Kramer's
The only one
a
eligible for
design
design.
professional.
But David Bailey is also considered as design professional, isn't he?
Yes, he is.
Yes, he is. So he should literally be under design instead of citizen.
Except that we
I think we need to work on
we
our
have 2
ballots
on the board already,
a little better.
and that's what we're replacing.
Does this have to be done today?
Yeah.
Yes, we need to get him on the board. We need to, because the
I mean, what if
problem,
we make the wrong choices?
Well, the problem is if we don't, then they may not have a quorum, and if they don't have a quorum, then everybody goes to the meeting.
I'm fine with not having a quorum.
But then you have a lot of people coming in and showing up, and then they have to just.
I would rather have no government for 1 month than have piss poor government for 11.
Did you see the applications, though? They were in our packet.
Yeah, but I don't know half of these people, and then now I'm confused on the,
We definitely have a confusion on.
I voted for
story.
one guy, Hemingway, but he may not even be eligible, then I saw his name on another. I'm saying that this is
Confusing.
chaos.
It is.
And
very
I'm not
confusing.
comfortable with this. If there is an option or an out to come back and do this exercise the right way, that would be what my request.
May-
I'm
may I
only
make a-
one of 5.
May I make a suggestion to that point? Perhaps, and we've had this happen before, so Mary's gonna throw something out for saying, she had to go through this, I think, 3 consecutive years. We got to the point where we got a pretty good ballot system down and the way it's presented. It's still jumbled a little bit between the way it gets presented from planning, admin, et cetera. Perhaps we do this. You have them all in front of you. We know who the names are. They're all public now. It's not like somebody's gonna get slipped in or slipped out. There's no chance of that happening. Direct staff to bring you the correct ballot form with the right number of seats. So for instance, on affordable housing, there was one discussion, Mr. Carpenter said they didn't need 11 of 12, but the sheet you have says you need 11 of 12. Let's give you the correct sheets. If Mr. Carpenter has recommendations, he's welcome to submit those recommendations to each of you in writing, so you have those, they're already in your agenda packet, but you can do those again, have you turn those back, take the time, have them turn back in, and at the first meeting in February, it can just be approved on the consent agenda because we'll have your filled out ballot submitted. And we don't sit here at the dais and spend all the time doing it.
Well, some of those seats expire the,
I believe
the
it,
end of this month.
31st. I
I
believe
mean,
they
is that
serve until.
earth-shaking that it does? I mean, are we gonna not be able to pay a bill, or we're gonna miss a deadline?
Well, I think they serve until replacements are appointed, though, is the general
They serve
rule.
until the replacement's appointed. I agree with you.
I agree
I'd
with
rather
you.
do it right than.
I think we can come back
let
with
me-
a better ballot that answers your questions and your questions also. And because we had several applications that were applying for
You have
multiple
to, the board has
boards.
to
They
approve
volunteered
it,
to
but you
serve on
don't have
multiple
to do it at
boards.
the meeting. What I'm saying is
And I
do
know that
it.
was a little bit confusing for everyone.
In the privacy.
I have an idea of how to do this ballot that'll make it easy for you.
Please.
If we can
Go
continue
forward
this
and
to the
do
next
good.
meeting, we'd be happy to do that.
So we're gonna postpone this?
Motion to postpone this till the next meeting.
Bring it back.
Bring it back.
At the very next meeting.
Somebody second.
Second.
Thank you.
We'll bring it back at the very next meeting. Okay.
We need to vote on that.
Oh, we need a, okay.
Yeah,
We've got a
We got a
motion
motion and a second.
and a second. Any comments from the audience?
Motion to continue this.
Motion
We got a
to
second.
continue.
Items 31
Ma'am?
through 30.
We got to vote. Well, we got to vote.
Well, no, that's what I'm saying, so items 31 through 35 are being continued.
Okay, Miss Harris, would you please come up to the podium and tell us?
Y'all, this is embarrassing, but this is a cluster and you know it. So every time that I've ever been to this in all these years, and Danny, you bring up planning board. Here are the names on the planning board. Y'all vote on the planning board. And then you get the design review board here, and you have your list. Here's on the design review board. But y'all get a list today with all these names on it, and just put in 20 people, because that's how many we need, and we'll figure out which board they get on. Now, that's just stupid. Now, y'all know that.
Well, it said on that one, it said that it needed 11 out of the 12 people on there. That's what the document.
All they're
on
saying is they
our
approved
statute
everybody
says.
from that one board. They didn't do it across all the boards.
That was just at one board.
But this
Y'all
has
had
gone
9
on
names.
forever, and we can't even figure out what board we're on, or who's in what position on what board. And so if you just look at the names, the average person may be like Brad, or Danny, or Dan Curry, or any of you. If you don't know what seat this person's gonna be, she's gonna fill this seat on this board, but she's not qualified to be second on the board. I mean, just putting 3 names out there and let Mac decide which seat they fit in, that's just ridiculous. Y'all gotta figure this out. And if you have to wait till the next meeting to do it right, y'all gotta do it right. And Dan, that's what you ran on, was doing it right. And that's what, this is a mess. This is embarrassing.
Was the library board done right? I mean, can we,
Let's just bring them all back.
Commissioner, based on what I'm looking at in your packet, no, it was
Okay.
not done right today.
then include all of them? Let's just do them all.
That's why I said
and bring
items
them all back.
31 through 35 inclusive.
We
I'm sorry,
have,
Katie.
A motion.
we
to consider.
have all of the applicants that are on the agenda that we can download, we can review prior to coming to this meeting. But I will say, it is very difficult, the way it's presented, when it states that there's 11 that you need, and then you're told it's not 11, or we don't know which positions. For instance, Design Review Board are very specific seats, very specific, and so we need to have it very specific on, these are the people that qualify for that particular seat, and like that. And that's what we had hoped for, that's not what we got. So,
It,
I,
He's not down here on the list, but obviously it's his seat. So is he running again? Did he apply to run again?
well, it's my understanding that they were not told, people that are on the board currently were not told that they needed to reapply for the position. That's what I understand.
Whoever put this thing together needs to be fired.
Another note, you can only be on one board, so why do I see members on one board and then they're available to be on another board?
Well, no, what they do is they say, I want to be on this board, but if I can't be on this board, then I would like to be on this board.
Well, no,
Some people do that, not all of them
I
do.
currently ask, and I'll just say it because he's on a board. Mark Holmes is on the construction, whatever that board is, but he's also on as a planning applicant.
And-
But
and-
he's
and-
currently on a board.
But you can do that on certain boards. Certain boards, you can be on
You can
dual
have two?
boards. Yes, yes.
Contractor cognizant boards, we just call it.
Okay,
Yes.
all right,
It's
Yes.
hard to get them.
okay, all right.
Well, we got a motion
Yeah,
and a
it's not
second.
county.
Can we-
We've got a motion and a second to continue it. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay. All right, now we're with Public Works.
Hopefully, Mr. Scott Caraway's still here. Item number 36 is, we're requesting direction regarding modifying or abandoning parts of an existing drainage easement that covers an entire piece of property owned by Ronald and Dorothy Herring as recorded in the official records book, 701, page 85. And that's for the purpose of reducing that easement to the portion that is necessary for that drainage easement and not the entire piece of property so that they can get some use out of that property. And I'll let Scott answer any questions.
And I'll try to make it easy even for Scott. All they're looking for today, board, is authority for staff to work with property owners to come back with a more nearly tailored easement. They'll go through me. We will draft that and we'll present you the whole package, maps, all of it at that time. But because this would deal with effectively an abandonment, it needed to come before you before they went to the citizen and discussed it. So we just need a motion authorizing staff to begin that
Need a
process.
motion?
I do.
One clarity, part of this easement may encumber Ronald Herring and David Herring's property, so we would just like permission to work with both the Herring
It's all of
family.
the affected property owners. We just need to give them that authority.
Motion to allow, or to authorize staff to work with the affected property owners to get this easement corrected.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any comments? Any comments from the audience? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, tourist development.
Matt, you want to come up?
All right. Good
Hi.
afternoon, Chair, Board. Item 37 is a request to consider the appointment of Tiffany Edwards to fill the vacant seat on the TDC Council. If you'll recall, this vacancy was due to Jill Tanner's resignation, so we opened up the application process. We had 10 applicants, and after reviewing those applicants,
a majority of them really were not truly qualified for the seat, and then verifying the ones that we felt were actually qualified. Miss Edwards was, by far and above probably the most qualified candidate to fill this role. She has an extensive background in government and legislative affairs, as you'll see by her resume, and I think she would be a tremendous asset to the council.
Motion
just
to
asking
approve
for- yeah.
Ms. Edwards as the seat 8 representative.
Do we have a second? We have a motion and a second. Any comment from the board? Any comment from the audience?
I got a
Seeing
question.
none?
Sorry. We just went through an exercise just a minute ago that kind of put egg on everybody's face. So you're requesting this particular person. What is the protocol? Are we supposed to see all the applicants, or you weed through them and then you give us who you think and then that's who we go with? I just want to make sure that's plain and clear.
Right, so
That's how the TDC has historically done it. The applications come to them, they're reviewed at staff level, and then they bring a recommendation to the board. The board can always say, we'd rather see everybody and look at it. They've done that before, but this is the historical protocol of the TDC going back about 15 years.
Just wanted to make sure. I didn't want to slip on that same banana peel.
So we have a motion and a second, right?
Yep.
Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Thank you very much, appreciate it.
thank you, and congratulations, Miss Edwards.
And
Yes.
she's here.
Is she here?
She is.
Oh, okay, great, wonderful, congratulations, and thank you for your service. Did you want to come up and talk?
Tiffany Edwards. I definitely don't want to belabor any of the time that you've spent today, but I do want to thank you. I'm very excited. I was born and raised in the area. Have decided, I moved away when, for a small bit of time, when my son was 3 weeks old, we decided to move back to the area because this is where I wanted my kids to be raised. I'm very much a good friend of the bed tax collectors, but because I was raised in the area, I believe that there should be a balance between the character of community and tourism. So I'm very excited to roll up my sleeves and get to work for you guys.
I'm excited that the board is really going to be a good conducive board, and I expect, that you all are going to do a lot of great things. So thank you for wanting to be on this board.
Thank you. And my door is always open, and I hope that I can be available to you all with any questions that you may have.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think we'll probably be sending a lot more to them to do, so it doesn't, so they can make recommendations before it gets here. So that would be great. Hi, Brian.
Madam Chairman,
How are
Commissioners,
you?
Brian Kellenberger, Director of Beach Operations. Appreciate y'all's time today. Got a couple items of business. Item number 38, this is a request to approve the installation of a boulder lighting system along the boardwalk sidewalks in the Miramar Beach area for a price not to exceed $216,000. This is some areas in Miramar where we have what I call boardwalk sidewalks on the south side of the road. There's 3 areas, approximately 3,800 linear feet. And this is to install boulder lighting similar in nature to the lighting we have at Miramar Regional Beach Access and the new Scenic Gulf Drive.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Would anyone like to speak to this? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Thank y'all.
Thank
Appreciate
you
it.
very, very much.
Yes, ma'am. Item number 39, this is request to approve request approved to advertise invitation to bid for beach access signage replacement project. Early last year.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. And we're missing a commissioner.
Go for it.
But is this the sign that you're planning on doing? Is the one that's?
So yes, ma'am, these are the signs that are all of our regional and neighborhood beach accesses. We have them on top and bottom, top of the boardwalk and the bottom of the boardwalk. Last year, Sheriff came to us with a request to add numbers to all of our beach accesses. After a lot of discussion, both internal and external, we decided this would be a good opportunity to go ahead and replace these signs in their entirety, meaning frames and the signs that hold the information. Opportunity to add our Walton County Tourism logo, as well as clean up some of the language that was on the signs to make sure it's in concert with all the recently adopted codes.
It sure is busy. Just
A
saying.
lot of information to put out there.
That's,
So, You know, the signs were designed by our marketing department. I feel comfortable that they did the best job they could with the parameters they were asked to do.
well, I'm not a fan. But we've got a motion and a second.
Move forward.
Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
I guess aye. Okay, motion passes.
Thank you.
Oh, excuse me. Can
Yeah,
you
this
just-
is the design that we'll put out with the invitation to bid. It's very similar to the signs we have there now. In this package, you have the old and the proposed new signage. It's our standard brown hoops, and all the important information we need. Most importantly, we now have a 12-inch number at the tops of them. The theory is they'll be easier to see from down the beach. People can easily identify where they are on the beach if they have to call EMS or law enforcement services.
I thought we did this a year ago.
No, ma'am. So actually, it did come to the TDC approximately a year ago. There was a lot of back and forth after that. TDC approved it to move forward to the BCC. You know, as with anything we design, we take extra time to make sure we get it right. And then towards the end of the year, I got a little busy, and it sat on my desk for a little bit of time. And now here it is.
Okay, well, we've passed it,
Okay?
so,
Thank y'all.
thank you.
We'll get it in the works. Appreciate it. Good.
Melissa, oh goodness.
Commissioners, our next item, since I have already spoken to each of you about this, I will be very brief in the summary to make sure that items that came up with each of you, you all kind of get to hear. The cost to implement a $20 an hour minimum wage. If you only increase employees to $20 an hour without addressing compression, the cost for the board would be $1.32 million. Cost for all the constitutional offices and the board, $2.14 million. If you increase those employees and you address compression issues, the cost increases for the board to $4.5 million, and then overall, with the constitutionals, that overall increase would be $9.2 million. Most of that increase over the boards is the sheriff's office. These figures for the board only address non-exempt employees, or for the board. The adjustments for salaried personnel, nothing has been included for those. We did not look at salaried personnel. There's approximately 200 employees who earn under $20 an hour. Of these, 20 have been employed for over 5 years. We ran the reports to look to see what those numbers were. So 90% of our employees who earn less than $20 an hour have been employed with Walton County for fewer than 5 years. I do want to mention that Walton County and some of our surrounding counties had salary studies completed a few years ago that resulted in new pay scales. We are a larger employer, so implementing a county government minimum wage could affect the pay scales of other businesses in the county as well as in other county pay scales. A search of entry-level jobs, and what I did is I just went out there to see what jobs were available in Okaloosa, Santa Rosa, and Escambia County. I did see entry-level positions that hired at under $20 an hour. Two that I noticed were an animal welfare coordinator in Escambia with a minimum salary of $16.26 and a bridge technician in Okaloosa County at a minimum salary of $16.34. I do want to point out Florida's current minimum wage is $13 an hour. It will be $15 an hour beginning September 30th, and we are already over that. Our lowest salary in our current pay scale for non-tipped personnel is $15.23 an hour.
You say that the Florida's current minimum wage will raise to 15 an hour. You say September 30th, 2026.
26 is
It
currently
26?
$13 an hour.
Okay.
Benefits, that is something that we have that some other employers who may pay a higher salary do not offer. Walton County pays, as you know, 100% of employee health insurance. For employees with family health coverage, Walton County pays $18,751 annually towards this coverage. Our current FRS employer retirement contribution rate is 13.63% of an employee's salary. So if an employee makes $18 an hour, the county contributes $5,103 per year to their retirement. Walton County also provides long-term disability insurance and a basic life insurance policy with a $25,000 benefit. So an employee earning $18 per hour with family health insurance has a total salary and benefit package of about $61,300. That does not include the time off benefits. Nothing's been included for that and the holidays. So that gets me to the difficult part for the board, and I'm glad I'm not the one that makes this decision. But none of this information is going to assist that employee who's just trying to support a family. That's just all for reference because, as I said, many employers may have a higher wage but do not offer those benefits. So at this point, I would proffer a few options to the board to consider. One would be go ahead and implement a minimum wage of $20 an hour to be funded in the current year. We would have to know whether or not to address compression, reserves would have to be used. We're not yet halfway through the fiscal year. The cost of that county-wide for the remainder of this year would be $1.4 million if you only consider the employees who are making under $20 an hour. If you start addressing compression, that is going to increase that amount to over $6 million. Another option is to address this in the budget process. At that time, we can bring options to the board for an overhaul to $20 an hour, or we can bring a phased approach to increase the pay scale over the next 2 or 3 years, or any timeline the board would like to see to get us to that. Or a third option would be to continue to accept that salary study that was adopted by the board in 2023 with direction to bring back pay scale adjustments that would align with CPI and focus on employee retention and training efforts with the goal of having employees earning at least $20 per hour after, say, 3 to 5 years of employment. So if you have any other suggestions, we'd be happy to hear those. But I do want to mention that I heard from the sheriff's office this morning. He is in support of the $20 per hour minimum salary, and if the board approves to fund this, he is ready to implement it as soon as possible. And if not now, he would like to find a way to incorporate this into the next year's budget. So since they contacted this morning with that information, I wanted to pass that along.
Who does he have that's under $20 an hour?
The sheriff, I know he's got some firefighters and I believe some EMTs.
That are under $20 an hour?
They're under $20 an hour.
It's the way they're paid.
Yes, they work more than the 2,080 hours a year, but they are under that hourly rate.
Because they work 24-hour shifts, and they're paid for the whole time.
Now, that would require him to request more on his budget, correct?
I have
It's
not
like $4
gone into
million.
those discussions with him. I am assuming yes, but now I'm not going to put words in his mouth, and it would be whatever the direction is of the board would be, I would take that back to all the constitutionals.
I think we need to have some deep budget talks at that time.
Well, I think the purpose of this exercise was, tell us what that looks like. You've told us that. Why don't we think about that? We don't have to do anything.
No, sir.
I mean, mission accomplished. We now have in our possession that information, and if at some point in the future, the board chooses to address it, just like it would any other issue, we can do that.
Anyone else?
I would like to see a progression, maybe in the future, maybe a 1 or 2 year progression to see what that would look like if we ever bring it up again. If we don't have the money to go all out immediately.
And in the budget process, that is one of the items that we'll try to bring back to you early and see what the board direction is to look at for as far as salaries go.
Perfect.
I think that when that desk audit was done a couple of years ago, it seemed a little skewed. I think some people that were in other higher positions ended up making a lot more than maybe should have been. And the people that were making less did not get the, the raise, the bump they should have gotten. I hate to say I think we need another one of those, but I just think that our pay scale is kind of messed up,
Is there a cost of living raise each year coming?
There
Is that-
has been.
We have to approve it.
Okay.
It comes back to the board and we look at, we'll bring back all the information to the board and any options that you want to see, we'll bring back the cost of those.
Okay.
Is it a
Thank you.
standard rate or is it about 3.5? Generally, the cost of living allowance?
It's been anywhere from 3 to 5,
Yes.
depending on how much better the things were.
And it will be up to the board whether to change the pay scale and move it up, or just give a cost of living increase while keeping the pay scale the same, or split that up. We'll bring back different options.
Okay, all right. Everybody good with that? Just-
Could you consider, I'm sorry I asked all these questions, could you have a plan for exempt and non-exempt?
Absolutely.
I hate to ask a question I don't know the answer to. But did they pass that, hike on the exempt employees? Did that ever go through?
It hasn't yet. I believe it's still, is it still in litigation, or
I do
has
believe
it?
there's still pending litigation on it. I don't know where that case is as of today.
Okay.
Thanks,
Any
Melissa.
other comments or anything? Okay, thank you very much, Melissa.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
you putting that together. Okay, I believe that you are up, Mr. Atkinson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Item 41, I just need a motion to approve and authorize the chair to sign the closing documents for the Thriftway purchase.
Motion to approve.
I need a second.
Second.
Any comments? Any comments from the audience? Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Item 42, I need a motion to approve and authorize the chair to sign the real estate closing documents for the lots. Those are the two lots on 6th Street, 111 and 129
So
North
moved.
6th.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any comments? Any comments from the audience? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Thank you. I'll make this next item a little more brief than I intended. Jason, can you pull up that affidavit and that screenshot that I sent you in the letter? Should have been the first one I sent you up there at the very top. Mr. Shipman sent on the 27th, 28th. Yep, there we go. So, board members, this relates to the Hunters Village ordinance. There was a small-scale amendment adopted as 2024-31. And in that, I provided you an email right after the first of the year where we reviewed this matter. It was asserted to me prior to the end of the year, as it was asserted at a board meeting, that there were notice deficiencies. And I'm going to spend more time talking about our ordinance at the end of this, because I think our ordinance needs to be cleaned up. In fact, Mr. Carpenter's team, here's Mike, he's here. They actually talked about this at a workshop last night after I brought this up to him after that email. And so it is something we're working on. But as my email laid out, there is a situation where it appeared that a list that was obtained from the Walton County Property Appraiser may have been effectively stale dated. Our code is silent as to how and when you have to get the list, except it has to come from the property appraiser. It was my position, based on the review of what I had, that it was clear that in one instance, one of the allegedly non-noticed parties could have just been a mistaken oversight based on when you can mail notices out under our ordinance. It's entirely possible somebody could have mailed a notice out in time and just missed their change of address. However, a second name was provided, and in checking that name, one of Mr. Patrick Ambrose, it was a scenario where it appeared his address was changed in early September, and therefore he was deprived of notice because the list used a September or pre-September 6th address, and yet these hearings were held November 12th. I was provided last night, as you see, a letter from Mr. Shipman, who is here. I've also uploaded to your packet another lengthy letter Mr. Shipman had before this affidavit came in, discussing his client, who is the Hunters Village developer's position. Can you scroll down, Jason, on that? Keep going. This is an affidavit provided to me by Mr. Patrick Ambrose. Keep going a little bit more so the board can see it. As he indicates, the name is Patrick Ambrose. He's aware that South Walton Community Council had made representations regarding his notice in Hunters Village. He indicates that he was reached out to by South Walton Community Council but did not end up speaking to. He takes no position on this rezoning one way or the other, but item 5 is what this whole thing starts and stops with. I received the attached notice of certified mail delivery from the tenant, but I did not go pick it up at the post office. I want to be very clear, in every court of law, you send certified mail and you can show it was received, not returned non-deliverable, Their failure to pick it up from a post office is not an excuse. So scroll on down, please. That is sworn to there. Keep going. And that was attached, which does appear to be the address in question. Does indicate it was from Nautilus Civil Engineering, it was that. And it does appear that that was delivered consistent with the timeframes when the notices were mailed to Mr. Ambrose Patrick. Based on that, I have no choice but to advise the board that there is no action for the board to take today on this. At this point in time, we have not been presented with anything that conclusively demonstrates a lack of notice occurred. And for that reason, I cannot advise the board to take the option of reconsideration and rehearing this because we don't have an affirmative notice issue. I will note for the record that Florida Statute 12566 creates a cause of action and an ability to challenge the validity of an ordinance for failure to comply with the notice requirements of that statute. This ordinance had to be adopted under 12566, of course. And that vests standing with a person who is entitled to receive actual notice but failed to do so. So if somebody ultimately comes forward and says, look, this loophole in your ordinance, the way it was phrased, created that, that'll be up for somebody to bring this suit. They would have to join us as a respondent. They'd join the affected parties, which would be the developer at that point in time, and the court could take it up then if that's an issue. But at this point in time, we are now well past the November 12th adoption of when it was actually handled. And so with that being the case, I can't justify holding this project up, unfortunately. But I will say this about our ordinance. I'm not asking for action on anything to do with that. There's no action to take at this time. That ordinance stands valid, unless a court of law is brought into it and someone who was entitled to actual notice and has standing in the statute sues and is successful. Now, that being said, I think that puts it away. Thank you, Jason. That's all I had there. So I'll go to this. With our ordinance, my recommendation is that we make it clear that notice needs to be sent a specified number of days. My recommendation that we'll be bringing back to you is that it be 15 business days. I think we need to eliminate weekends, holidays. Our board meetings fall on Tuesdays. If there's a Monday holiday or a Friday holiday, we just eat into that time automatically. Secondly, with that change, I believe that the certification, because right now it says we have to take the applicant's representative certification they did this as conclusive proof they did it. We need to make sure it reads that it is from the Walton County Property Appraiser. It says from the tax assessor. I had this argument several times. Who is the assessor? The assessor is not the collector. And they said, well, it's not the appraiser. Well, no, it is the appraiser because that's who assesses the tax roll. That being said, we need to just say the Walton County Property Appraisers. There's no question. And say very specifically when we want that list generated. Notice have to be sent this, and the notices have to be generated from a list, obtained from them, and certified to be obtained within, and my recommendation will be 30 days of the date the notices are sent. Some of these are big projects, and I recognize it could take 2 or more weeks to get those out. But if you say you get a list on the 1st of January and you mail them on the 31st, then you know that's happened. So there's a 45-day window. That is more than ample time and notice. We have now expanded the amount of notice the public must give, because right now somebody can give notice 10 days prior to a hearing. In this case, the example is I believe the notices were mailed out on November 1st, and they were received on November 4th for a November 12th hearing. So the notice could not have even been delivered within the 10. So doing it within the business day window does it. So Mr. Carpenter and I are going to have that back to you at one of your next meetings. Not asking for any action, but I did want to bring that to your attention. Based on that affidavit, I have no reason to dispute that, but at this point, I believe we were better off waiting for someone who was entitled to actual notice and did not receive it to bring this challenge rather than us walk into a situation where we may be equitably or collaterally stopped from undoing this ordinance at this point in time. So I don't have anything else to say on that one, and there's no action requested. So I would like to be fine to move on unless you have any questions.
No questions? Anyone?
All right. Item 44, I am advising you pursuant to Florida Statute 286.011 sub 8 that I'm in need of your advice concerning litigation strategy and type of expenses to be incurred in Piece of Paradise LLC versus Walton County Case number 21 CA 196. If I may have that motion to schedule that special meeting.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any comments? Any comments from the audience? Okay. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Add one, same advisement pursuant to 286-011 sub 8. I'm in need of your advice concerning litigation strategy and the type of expenses to be incurred in Parked Properties GA LLC versus Walton County, 21 CA 438. I need a motion to schedule and advertise and hold an executive session.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any comments from the audience? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes.
And board, I will tell you, I will be reaching out to your offices, or admin will, to see if there is availability before February 11th. When I set these, I typically, as you know, set them right before that board meeting. It occurred to me when I was looking ahead, you have the Blackstone PUD starting at 1, committed to go before your meeting even starts. So, because I believe there's gonna be a little bit more lengthy discussion on one of the two, I'm gonna look at whether we have any time between now and then that I could accommodate a brief meeting to get both of these done. Probably take them about an hour of your time and not lump it onto that full day.
That'd be
But
good.
that's why it's called a special meeting on there. So that's all I have. Thank you. And we're now
Thank
into
you.
public hearings, and we need a motion to open the first one.
Motion to open public hearing.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to open the public hearing. This is on the public hearing. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, we are now in public hearing on number 45. Request to approve, would you like to take that? No, go ahead.
Doing fine. It's a request to approve and authorize the chair to sign a resolution electing to use the uniform method of collecting non-ad valorem assessments.
Motion to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any comments?
Clay, explain the net effect of if we don't do anything or if we do this.
So let's start with the net effect of not doing anything. If you do not do anything, you are effectively discontinuing for a period of time until you do it, the special assessments provided for under the non-ad valorem special assessments that's listed in that specific notice. So if you do nothing, everything listed in there is not legally collectible. Now, the fact that it's already in process of being collected is going to probably cause the tax collector to pull out her hair, but we will figure out what to do if you don't do that. The legal effect of doing it is merely adopting the resolution that memorializes what you have already planned for within this budget year. You've already effectively established your intent to collect these assessments as part of the budget. It is calculated in, correct, Melissa? So if you, once we figure out
So
what
this will
happens,
be done every year?
yeah, you have to do it every year. And a resolution is required pursuant to Florida statute 197 that requires you to come in after you've adopted your fiscal year
So we're-
budget.
I just want to make sure we weren't fixing some glitch or
No, sir.
there was some, okay.
No, this just goes ahead and sets it moving forward for the tax year based on what you've already budgeted.
Okay, any questions?
You have until March 1st to adopt it, so if you want more time, that's certainly fine, but that is your hard window, is March 1, 2025, to get this adopted, this resolution adopted.
Pardon?
Is there any public comment?
Any public comment on that? Yes.
David Herron for the record. I just wanted to make sure I was trying to read it real quick to find out what it was. There's no agriculture operation or anything like that in that for the low speed vehicle because they're gonna do less than 20.
We're not on low-speed vehicle yet, Mr. Herring,
Okay,
so
I thought that's what you were on.
we're on number
45.
45.
Oh, I apologize.
We'll
I
be
jumped ahead.
right
I
back
keep
up
reading
there,
then. All right,
and I'll
thank
make
you.
sure we get that answer from Mr. Corman before you even have to come back up.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes.
So we need to close that public hearing, please.
Motion to close the public hearing.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Let's open the next public hearing.
Motion to open the public hearing.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right,
Okay.
Mr. Corman? Oh, he just left. Tony?
This is a public hearing to request to consider an ordinance establishing standards for the operation of LSVs and thereby amending the Walton County Code of Ordinances, Chapter 20, Traffic and Motor Vehicles to create Article 6, low-speed vehicles, to include new sections 20-95 through 20-96 pertaining to the operation of those LSVs and penalties and enforcement, providing for conflicts and severability, providing for an effective date, and I believe we did change that to February 1st in the ordinance.
That is correct. Mr. Corman, do you want to address, or does Audie want to address the ag exemption? Or the effect on ag property? Mr. Herring had a question about low-speed vehicles related to ag properties.
No, that
He
was
won't
his
ask the
question. You can respond to it. Oh,
Oh. Just tell him your question.
Well, my question is for agricultural use. I mean, on the farm and all that, we use low-speed vehicles on county roadways for agricultural purposes, along with tractors and equipment. So if we're on a county road or we're on a state road or whatever. This ordinance do not apply. What about a side-by-side or something like that used for agricultural purposes?
I have to check on that, but if it's falling under agriculture, I do not think this ordinance would apply, because you can drive a tractor on a roadway without registration. You can't do that because it's under the agriculture.
I need you to come to the podium, please.
Short answer, no, it won't. The vehicles you're talking about will not fall under 320 or the Code of Federal Regulation 49-571-500 to qualify as low-speed vehicles. That regulates a different type of entity.
Yeah, so if you have a side-by-side, which doesn't have turn signals, brakes, and all that, and you're using it for an agricultural purpose, I mean, our road or whatever, y'all, you know, the property we have, I mean, to get to our, one end of our property to the other, you're driving 4 miles down the county road.
Have you ever received a ticket? Okay.
There you go.
But I'm just saying, I mean, it's just something that I don't wanna have a headache with.
This does not create a new
No.
regulation beyond what state statute already exists, Mr. Herring.
And aren't those, under state statute, aren't ag vehicles exempt?
They are exempt.
That's correct. That's what I'm saying. This
Now,
doesn't change your statutory
What I would
exemption.
have to ask,
In different areas like that.
I understand. I'm not schooled in all the agricultural stuff now, right? So a tractor is very easy to identify that that's an agriculture. A side-by-side, I may have to ask that question if it's allowed on the roadway. If he's claiming that it's agriculture, then then the
It's
agriculture may.
defined on the use. It has to be used in a court
Correct.
for an agricultural purpose.
Correct.
As long as you can demonstrate that's fine.
Yes, you're good.
Thank you both
That's the
very much.
statute.
Appreciate it. Okay, so we need a motion.
Motion to adopt is what we're looking for.
I made a motion.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any comment? Yes.
I'm sorry, I got lost on the farm. Barbara Morano. Are we voting on this low-speed vehicle ordinance right now? Okay, right? Correct?
Yes.
Okay, I had a question. It basically says that all the low-speed vehicles must have this particular sticker.
Yes.
And they are going to get it because there's an advertising campaign or something?
He's got all kinds of ways that he's doing it. I think it's going to also come out of the tax collector's office when people go to register them and things like that.
Okay, I didn't see that in the ordinance, so that wasn't clear to me.
But that was something that we.
I mean, I'm glad you're gonna do that.
Right.
So it'll come out of the tax collector's office, go to the people.
When
who
you go to
have-
get a tag for it, you will, when you go to get a tag for your LSV,
Okay,
then they will hand you a sticker at the same time.
okay.
I believe the officers are gonna have a supply with them, so if they pull somebody over and they don't have one, then the officer, I mean, that's not in the ordinance, but that's an operational.
And I appreciate, that's proactive, that's what I was gonna ask you. If they see, because you can see so many now low-speed vehicles at the beach accesses.
Right.
So is it going to be the code enforcement officer that would then put the sticker on, or is it the sheriff's
They-
office?
It's a joint effort,
Good,
joint effort.
okay. I know they can't put the sticker on the low-speed vehicles sitting at a beach access without the person there, but would they be able to leave a leaflet or something to say you must get it? That's another thought.
He's saying, yeah.
Yes, okay. Thank you very much.
Thank
Okay.
you. Appreciate it. Anyone else? Seeing none, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Nay.
Motion passes. Nay? Did you say nay? Okay, 3-1. Commissioner Drake said nay. Okay. Commissioner Curry, do you have anything at all?
No, ma'am.
Commissioner Gladwell?
No, ma'am.
Commissioner Drake?
No, but did we skip over the executive session one?
No, we didn't, and we didn't close the public hearing.
Yeah, we do need to go back. Well, we
Okay.
can take his question out, yet we've approved both executive sessions.
Okay.
And we're gonna be
Yeah, we
doing
did.
those on a special date between now and the 11th.
But we need to close the public hearing.
Motion to close the public hearing.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay. Now, you don't want to say
No,
anything.
I
and
don't have
Commissioner Gladwell, you don't. And Commissioner Drake, did you? No? Okay. I do. I have a couple of items. One of my items is, if you recall, and I don't remember how many meetings ago it wasn't that long ago, that we hired the group, not a group, but part of FAC, is it the part of, what is his title? I mean, you reached out to them to basically help HR.
The Krisner Group is the employment law firm that is supported through FACT.
Okay, so my question is, what are we, I mean, we're spending a lot of money on this, and I don't know what the purpose is. And what is the purpose of them being there? I know that our HR director has resigned effective next Friday. And this, Mr. Krisner, or not Mr. Krisner, what's his name? JJ?
Mr. Krisner has sent one of his employees, his name is JJ Jarrell. He is on the ground. He was here yesterday. He's here today. Spoke with him this morning. To answer your question, he's currently going through and performing desk audits. He is determining workflows, and through that, what are the efficiencies, what are the inefficiencies. He is looking at the department's organizational structure. One of the things that we're currently dealing with is we have 3 vacancies, 2 of which are generalist vacancies. 1 is a manager vacancy, and we're about to have the director's vacancy. So he has kind of pivoted to assisting with recruiting and hoping to fill some of those vacancies, but at the same time evaluating policies, procedures, and current processes to see if there are areas for improvement. Right now, I think it's imperative that we get some management staff in place over there, because we're about 33% down in employees in that department currently.
Didn't the Krisner Group, didn't they write our policy right now? I believe it went from about 17 pages a couple years ago to 148 pages, I believe now, which gave the HR director a lot of power, and they wrote it, and it seems interesting to me that they wrote it. He's in there checking to see what they wrote.
I wasn't here, so I'm not sure that they wrote it. I would think that we wrote it. Now, it's been a practice of theirs to give us counsel and evaluate those employment law policies. They have definitely reviewed those in the past, but as far as the exercise, when it was revised and updated 2 years ago, I can't speak to that directly.
Well, my concern is that I don't know or believe that it's beneficial for us to, I thought when we brought this up before, this came on the heels of the investigation that was done by another firm on our director of HR. And this came on the heels of that. I had hoped that because new information had come out, that we would have another investigation that would really dig into what was going on in there, because there's so much turnover in there, and there's a lot of, how do I want to put this? There's a lot of unsatisfied people in that office, and it's really in a bad turmoil right now. And you and I received an email today from one of the individuals that works in there about the situation there, that is just not a good situation. And I don't know why we're spending so much money to have an individual in there, and we have all this chaos going in there. And I just don't like the idea of, I
We-
think we scheduled him for 6 months, and he was supposed to be here for 2 weeks. I've asked for a couple of meetings to meet with him. I've not met with him. I just don't know that we're benefiting or that we need to be spending that money on that.
Okay, so this board approved that agreement. It was a 5-month agreement. We're about 2.5 months into that 5-month agreement. As I said, those are the things that are happening. We do have, you are correct, we do have some personnel issues over there. And we're about to have no management. So, yes, we have issues. I spoke to the consultant this morning regarding the email you just mentioned. He has, quite a different, version of what happened. So, yes, ma'am, we are dealing with personnel issues. Like I said, I'm not gonna get into details, but, he has assured me that he will do what he can to assist us in transitioning from where we are today to new leadership.
Do we have any applicants for that position as director?
We do. His last day is February 7th. The advertisement for that position doesn't even close until the 9th. So one thing that we're doing right now is we're beginning to look at those applications that we currently have. And if there are desirable candidates there, we will begin the interview process even before the advertisement closes.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
He was gonna go around and talk to all of us, right?
Yes, and I have relayed that. I know that he has not. I will ask the question, but I can only assume at this point that he has a sequence of events that, you know, he is following with his assessment.
Well, since he's been here, I mean, we're kind of dropping like flies in that department, so I mean, I'm pretty sure that this should be a top priority. And I know you're working hard to fill that director seat, but this is a big issue. I mean, this is human resource. This is a major department.
He did assist with interviews and the hiring process for a manager. Unfortunately, the top candidate that came out of that process just quite frankly did not meet the education and experience requirements, so we had to go back out and re-advertise it. But yes, you are correct. We're working to get some management and some leadership in place over there.
Because I'm pretty sure you're spread thin. I mean, you got your own things to do, and now you have a department that has, what, 2-3 people in it now, when it normally has
I think they're down
Had
to
to.
6, or will be down to 6.
I mean, I just don't want things slipping through the cracks, you know, when it comes to human resource. We have anybody monitoring the department at all from your department?
No. Now, Ms. King has helped us in the past with being a point of contact. That's not the case right now, as long as JJ is there and doing what he's doing. Now, if you guys decide to cancel that agreement, then we'll back up and figure something else out.
Is there a direct supervisor at all over there in that department?
Mr. Kervin until the 7th of
I mean,
February.
when he leaves, will there be somebody to go to?
No.
So who are they gonna go to? You're gonna have a lot of Indians and no chief, so they're gonna go to you?
Well, that's kind of what's happening right now.
So, all right.
It's really a tough situation. It really is a bad situation, and I think we need to make it a top priority to blast out there as far as we can that we really need a true HR person with a true HR background to take that position. And I mean, for me, from my perspective, I don't feel comfortable. There's nobody for me to call in HR to ask them things. I don't feel comfortable with that. I haven't felt comfortable with that for quite some time, and it shouldn't be like that. We're a big organization, and that should be our top priority. That's what keeps our people together and united, and they, you know, knowing what their role is, what, you know, and that sort of thing. And that's where they should be able to go to feel comfortable, and that's not at all what's happening. And my concern is that we've got chaos over there, and I just don't think that what we're paying for is is helping in any way the chaos that we have.
Are we reaching out to any headhunters?
I'm sorry.
Are we reaching out to any headhunters?
I can assure this board that we have advertised that position broadly. We've got it on the county website. We advertised it with FAC. We advertised it with the Society for Human Resource Professionals. And there was a couple, I think Indeed and LinkedIn as well. I even made a phone call as late as 8 o'clock last night to the former HR director from Okaloosa County to see if she had any ideas of somebody that, you know, I could recruit or poach. But we are, yes, it's a serious situation and we're working to resolve it.
I would have no problem with bringing it up to pay for a headhunter if that would help anything. I mean, so when you get a headhunter, they specifically look for what you want. I've used them several times in the past. Some of them are a little pricey, some of them are pretty good. I've never searched for a human resource director, but that would be an option that I'm all in on if
That's
an
up to this
opportunity.
board. I know you've had some experience with headhunters.
I've
so-
had some experience with a headhunter with this board, and I was not happy with that experience whatsoever. And so if we did that, we'd have to find somebody that's really, really top-notch.
That would also require an RFP, wouldn't it, or an invitation to bid, or, I mean, we couldn't just,
Letter
We
of
might be
intent.
able to put that through the quote process just because of the dollar amount.
It depends on what the dollar amount will be, but yes, there's a possibility we can do it under the quote process. The salary differential for this position versus the administrator is why we had to do it differently last time.
I just think it's all hands on deck at this point.
I do think we need to, maybe try to poach somebody from, I mean, there's a lot of big organizations around us. Try to, and, if we can find someone, like the lady from Okaloosa, who, is retired but might do it on an interim basis and come in and fix it.
I spoke with her last night, and she had a couple of ideas that she was gonna circle back with me on. But again, yes, I'll be the first one to welcome any assistance. And,
Some of these headhunters will make those phone calls that you're talking about. They will look at other companies and entice them or offer them. You just gotta, and like Donna said, you gotta find the right one. I don't know which one that is, but it would be worth looking into, is all I'm saying.
I'm like Commissioner Johns, I'm not real crazy about the last experience. I mean,
And like I said, it's
we
our
went
intent to
through
go
3
ahead.
times, and, I mean, they were bringing people in that, I wouldn't have, I didn't know,
Well, that was for the county administrator, wasn't it?
yes.
Well, what do you all think about saving the money that we're currently spending on the individual that's in there right now, saving that money and putting it towards a headhunter or whatever else?
You
I mean,
mean,
it's
I just-
chaotic in there.
I
I'm
just think,
saying.
right, at this point, I mean, we need to put everything, all the ideas on the table and work at it. I mean, we need an HR director a month ago. And that's no fault of you at all. I'm just trying to give you more tools in your toolbox to go get one. And I think that's one possibility. Yeah.
How many applicants have we had?
Last I checked, I believe we had 6.
And have you vetted all 6 of them?
Not.
Could, how about just giving, or requesting the county administrator to review our employees and see if we might have somebody that at least has some HR experience and could
He's already
step
done
in?
that.
Done that.
I think he's
That's
already
why
done
we're on
that.
external.
Mhm.
That's why they moved to external.
What is the
Are you
salary?
trying to get Frankie a job?
I mean,
I don't know that I consent to that. Legal's got his plate pretty full, guys.
I was trying not to name names because I didn't want Mr. Atkinson to throw anything at me, and I didn't want her to either. But, I mean, as it was said, this is an emergency situation.
Mr. Kelly, have you put anything out on social media about this? Well, maybe we could do that as well. I mean, that's a low-hanging fruit. We can do that easy and do it now. Maybe there's somebody locally that, that would see that, or know somebody that would be interested. So if we could do that, that would be helpful. If we could do that, and then if you could go ahead and vet the ones that you do have and start the interviews on them. So, if in fact there's anyone in there that you think is,
And- Go ahead. Yeah, I was gonna say, and I jest, of course, we will do everything from legal, and Ms. White will do everything we can to assist during this time.
okay.
The consultant has done a cursory review of those applications, and he relayed to me that there are a couple of them that, are probably worthy of an interview. So that was my thought process, was to go ahead and start those, contacting those people and starting the interview process even before the advertisement closes.
I want somebody in there as soon as possible, but I don't want to settle. If we
True,
have the opportunity to get 6, 7 good ones, to go through instead of just going, well, it's best of 3.
To
I
quote-
don't want that.
To quote Commissioner Drake a while ago, I'd rather have no government for a short period of time than a piss poor government.
I'd rather get it done right than get it
Right.
done quick.
Exactly.
But
Right.
I need it done quick.
Yeah, I got you.
Do you all want to continue on paying who is in there? Or do you want to cut that off and focus and put our money towards either a headhunter or whatever we need to do?
Well, we need to get something out of it. So
There's a lot of problems over there.
There you go.
And that person's over there now, and there's still a lot of problems, correct?
Correct.
So we just remove any kind of advisory,
Y'all
That's
are-
the question.
Leadership.
They'd still be available
That's
for
the
phone
question.
calls, not under the fact contract, just not under this contract. They would still be available to us under fact, it would just not be under the same agreement.
Right.
Yeah, but that's not like having somebody over there every day. I mean, that's sort of taking a gun and shooting Mr. Sunday in the head.
Well, he's not there, 40 hours a week, but he has the HR background, and he is somebody that I can pick up the phone and have handle the situation over there. So that's all I got right now.
It's like driving a $500 car. Everybody wants a Cadillac, but you drive what you got.
Not if it's creating problems.
Yeah, if it's setting us up for failure by leaving a particular person over there, I don't agree with that. But I know Stan's shorthanded, so,
Maybe we could look at it again in 2 weeks and, let's see where we're at.
I don't know if this is the place, but maybe, after the meeting, the county manager can get with me, or the county attorney, and explain to me what problems are being created.
Yeah, I'd like to know that myself.
I think we can share the contents of the email that was sent to the chair and Mr. Sunday and go through some of those issues.
It's public
It'll be there.
record.
Is the
Yeah.
problem with
It
the
is
consulting firm, or is it with the employees?
Employees.
Both. It's,
because you have no direction, you have no boss, you have no one to, hold anything accountable over there. So
But
you have a
you're-
free-for-all.
You're familiar with the problems?
No, I'm not, but just going by what they're talking about. I mean, when you have 2 or 3 people in a
I get
department,
that.
that there's
You're pretty
there's
matter
no
of fact
chief.
about it.
Well, there's
So-
no chief. I mean, I've been in business world long enough when the departments don't have anybody watching over them. That's just like when we were talking about the attendance. When you don't have attendance there, everybody's going to do everything that you don't want them to do. That's you have to assume that in the business world. Assume the worst and hope for the best.
well,
When you have no accountability in a department, and then you try to insinuate accountability, you have pushback.
Yeah.
I do think we need to be really careful about talking about some of this stuff, and
I think both the chair and the administrator have done a very good job of not crossing that line, but certainly it will be better to do it outside of a meeting, and more can be said in that scenario.
So my goal was to cancel what's going on in there now and pushing forward with really looking for an HR director. But I obviously can't make a motion for that, so if any of you would like to, but it's totally up to you.
If the board would like, I can bring something back in 2 weeks as an update with more specifics on what he has provided during his 3-month tenure. And by that time, I will have had time to review the applications we have on file and possibly even start and begin the interview process. So I can have you an update in 2 weeks.
I think that, I like that.
And Mr. Sunday, we obviously are going to be setting a special meeting to just do those just 2 executive sessions. So perhaps if there's an interim discussion at that point in time after we talk to commissioners, we certainly can put that on an agenda for a special one-off discussion on this. A special meeting just on this might be a little more easy to digest than what it will be on that February meeting.
Okay.
Stan, if I'm not crossing the line, I'd be glad to maybe look up some headhunters and just send them to you, and then you can decide whatever you want to do with them. I know you're shorthanded,
Consistent with the quote process.
so I just don't want to
You're
do
okay.
am I
You're
right?
okay with that.
Okay, all right.
Okay. With that, and since there's no motion or anything, there's no comments from the audience, so. Yes, you can under public comments. The last thing I have is, I would like to ask Mac to have the Planning Commission, give them the authority to go ahead and hold a public workshop so they can discuss monster houses and appropriate regulations on monster houses. I've been trying to fight this monster house thing since day one, and you keep building more. And so I'm hoping that we can actually make some movement towards maybe minimizing these big houses. And if the Planning Commission can get together with the public, have a public meeting, and they can kind of come up with some ideas, some things, because the public's what's dealing with these monster houses. And we've got to do something.
Yes, ma'am. We heard something about that this morning in the Seagrove Neighborhood Plan. And it is a topic that is very near and dear to my heart, and quite a number of people in our county. We'd be happy to do that.
Well, we do need a motion to direct the planning commission to do that. That's what asking them without authority.
I make a motion that we direct the planning commission to hold a public workshop to discuss and determine appropriate regulations on monster houses.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. Any comments? Any comments from the audience? Todd?
So I'm all for it. As a banker, someone who had to foreclose, banks do not want these monster houses. So when these monster houses start to go into foreclosure, the bank is going to have to dump that at pennies on the dollar. You're going to end up with a bunch of crap if we don't deal with it now. I'm full of monster homes in Seagrove. So you got to look at the economy and what's happening. So we have to do something, because as a banker, we don't want them.
Right, that's what we're just talking about.
We
the
don't
fact
want,
that
so
we're
they're
gonna
gonna
have-
dump it for pennies on the dollar.
we're-
And,
That's why we're gonna have this
As a
committee.
citizen, I don't want it either.
oh, I don't,
I don't want it either. I don't want it either.
thank you.
Thank you, thank you. We have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion passes. Thank you very much. That is it. Now we are into public comments. Yes, Margaret? Tony's gonna beat you to it.
I'm sorry, I would just want to clarify one thing. I was not 97.3% right, I was 100% right. We have it in 2 sections in the ordinance. 2254 says that beach equipment must be set up and maintained on dry sand to ensure beach patrons' ability to traverse the beach. And then under 2260, which is our section that deals with vendors, it says that, the same thing. It says that it's 15 foot from the toe of the dune, but also it has to be set up in set up and maintained in dry sand. And we did it that way so that they couldn't go down and just set it up, and then the tide comes in, and it's, you remember the pictures with chairs 6 or 8 inches in
yes.
the water. So it is dry sand.
Okay, thank you. Hello, Margaret.
Hi, Margaret Landry. I'll try to be brief.
One, I gotta say, Mr. Atkinson, I'm very disappointed. I didn't know before I came in here today and spoke to Mr. Shipman. And I'm sorry I didn't have an opportunity to speak while Mr. Shipman was here. But what I do want to say is, the information that we gave you is correct. Had we been notified ahead of time, we would have been able to respond. I still think notification was not proper. The P.O. box that the person who said they were notified with, the appraiser site does not use a P.O. box. The appraiser site uses a physical address. So that is improper notice. If you don't.
Ms. Landry, the address that I posted on screen said 123 Southern Pines. Where somebody chooses to forward their mail is their business.
That is their rental. It was not their address.
And
The
that person has
appraisers-
every right, if they chose to contest this, to say that.
Correct.
Well,
I
what we
agree.
were advised, there were two people who didn't have notice because notice was deficient, and we have one of those two people that was the one who clearly would justify having this reheard, has come forward and said they take no position on this, and they have attached where they did receive notice. Based on me having an affidavit in my possession of that, along with that notice, he
I
has
got
no
it.
standing, he has no ability to challenge an ordinance. Now, if somebody else wants to, they can bring the claim, but I
Well-
cannot in good faith subject this board to litigation from a developer who had an ordinance approved in November when there is no evidence that an actual notice defect under procedural due process occurred.
I completely understand. The point is, had I known ahead of time, we would have brought the second person. The second person would have been, and there's actually a third, but I had that information at home. Walton's Landing, the only reason that homeowners association knew is because I sent an email to someone in the subdivision who sent it to their president. It did
And
not.
Ms. Landry, I addressed Walton Landing. Walton Landing's address changed within the window between 10 and 30 days. So under our ordinance, someone could have been their notice could have been sent to the address, and it would not have been gone to the new address. We know that based on the ordinance. That's why the ordinance has to be cleaned up. That is the deficiency in the ordinance. But under the Rinker decision and several other decisions dealing with notice, reasonable notice does not have to be defined. So in terms of them actually receiving it or not, the fact is notice was sent consistent with our ordinance. That's why we're gonna clean it up where it doesn't happen
Okay,
again.
that's fine.
If I had known there were three people, we would have vetted all three people. I will say this, on December 17th, I was sent an email from Mr. Fred Tricker that outlined the notice issues on Hunter's Village, and he outlined the Walton Landing one, and he outlined Patrick Ambrose. Those are the specific ones he provided. And as I assured you at a board meeting, when you brought this up to the board, we would vet any issue, and we would err on the side of notice. And at this point, I received an email last night, as the letter showed, that came to my email yesterday evening, when I was already in a City of Phoenix Springs council meeting for that matter, that contained an affidavit from Mr. Ambrose. Mr. Ambrose apparently was willing to go give that to the developer. I
Right.
can't in good conscience tell this board to take action that would expose it to litigation. However, the Florida statute is very clear. An ordinance is deemed presumptively valid in face of even notice deficiencies 5 years after its effective date, unless someone brings an action to challenge it within that window. So I guess if somebody actually did not get notice and they wish to challenge it, they can bring it to circuit court. And if they assert that, the court will have every opportunity to rule. If the court says there was inadequate notice, the court will send it back and we'll rehear it. But in
Well, that's
that case, we will not be subject to legal challenge for us unilaterally setting aside an ordinance.
I think it's a little expensive for a private citizen to do that, but regardless, it is what it is. I know you don't like that, but it is. And it's not the end of the world. The point is, I wish I would have known ahead of time. I would have been able to do a little homework before finding out from Mr. Shipman when I walked in and teased him about something. He said, I'm here.
He didn't know till last night.
I could have,
Yeah,
I could
yeah.
have looked into it last night, but
Well,
thank you.
if
I didn't know about it last
It was
night.
not, it was not sent to the full board, it was sent to me last night. I was already in the Phoenix City Council meeting. I advised the board members that I was told I would be getting an affidavit, but I said until I see an affidavit that specifically shows notice provided. I'll
Well,
be
then-
candid. The first 4 lines there don't bother me in that affidavit. I don't care whatsoever whether he talked to community council, whether he didn't talk to community council, whether y'all reached out to this gentleman or not.
Well, that's-
None of that matters. I want to be very clear. None of that matters, Ms. Landry. What matters is that the litmus test in this notice issue was Mr. Ambrose, because we could definitively say when
Correct.
he changed his address.
Well, perhaps it should have just been continued instead of decided on. But anyway, I won't
Well,
make this
there's no
meeting-
action to take, so there's nothing to continue is the problem. There's no action at
okay,
this
got it,
point. If the
Well, that's
board
a good
had
point.
proof positive notice, at this point, anybody with standing is welcome to challenge it. But I think that's what we have to leave it at this far out.
All right, thank you very much. And I do appreciate all you do. I just, as you know, very.
We can disagree professionally, it's okay.
Would anyone else like to speak? Either one. Tabitha?
I wrote it, Brad. Tabitha Howard, Howard. I wanted to continue the topic that I began during the last meeting, in which I have been talking about for quite some time, the Sandestin stormwater drainage requirements. I'd like to begin by saying that I will share with you what I brought, and none of you need to comment or say anything on any of my references. I just want to reply to Commissioner Drake's question that he posed to me. During the last meeting, the board inquired what I'm asking for related to the Sandestin stormwater drainage issue. So I have come prepared to share exactly what I'm asking for. Number one, I learned what happened, to learn what happened at the 60-day investigation of the Sandestin NOPC pertaining to the Sandestin stormwater drainage issue, and if Sandestin is in compliance. When Commissioner Barker was BCC chair, it was voted on and approved to perform an inquiry into this. However, I'm unaware of its outcomes, findings, or conclusions. So I'd like to know what happened. Did it ever happen? Did it ever get started? Was it completed? And if so, what were the conclusions? Number two, code complaints.
What's the answer to number 1? What did Commissioner Barker ask for, and what was the conclusion, and did the board?
I don't recall what Commissioner Barker, when he was chairman, specifically asked for. I mean, are we talking about back in 21, he wasn't the chairman? The board did task then, but when he was the chairman, I'm not sure what he did as chairman. I'm not recalling that. Do you, Commissioner Gladwell?
Yes.
I actually have the written minutes.
He,
My time's still going.
I don't know that
When he was the chair.
I don't think he was chair, but he asked for a, investigation, by staff into the Sandestin water standards, and
Correct.
wanted an answer back. And to your point, I don't remember that ever coming back.
No, engineering never brought anything back.
Did the board approve his request for an investigation?
Yes, I think.
Yes,
The
and they were
board
to bring
did
it
in
back to
March
the
of
board in
21. When
60
he was
days.
not, yes, that was not when he was the chairman, but you're right, that's in March of 21.
I believe it was a
And so who
4-1.
was doing the investigation?
It would have been engineer. It would have been the county engineer.
Okay, so, all right.
At the
then-
time, Greg Graham is no longer part of the county.
So what would be the appropriate question to be asked in,
The appropriate question to be asked would, if the board wants that, we'll get with our current engineering team, our current county engineer, let them give us an opinion on it. This is an engineering issue. This is what it boils down to. And so give the administrator a chance to get with the county engineer and let them give the board a written opinion, or at least come give a presentation. That way the board stands on its opinion of its engineers.
all right, will that get us through number 1, if we can get that answer?
And it would be on the record what the drain,
It would have to be
it
public
would have
record
to
if
be
you
on the
put it in
record.
writing.
Yes, yes, with the engineer stating, oh, yes. When can that happen?
Go ahead and continue.
Okay. Number two, code
Can we
complaints.
ask for that?
Yeah, let's get a date.
I'm assuming you're asking for that now, so.
Okay, so take that one off the list.
And I will say, our engineering department is meeting with Mr. Sunday about some stormwater issues and stormwater standards on some other issues. And I believe this will be a very easy thing for him to roll right into. Yeah, I'm gonna be there with him, but they've already scheduled the meeting, so, and I can certainly advise them what they can and can't say relative to litigation, but their opinion as to what it is not subject to where we are in litigation at this point. So they're welcome to give that opinion whenever they want.
Okay, go ahead.
Code complaints. Number 2, code complaints. If I submit a code complaint, I'd like to know what is a reasonable time to expect a response. I ask because there are many complaints that seem to go without a reply for extended periods of time.
Okay, well, let's wait until you get all your
Okay,
questions.
number
and then
3.
we'll have them answered.
Okay,
Well, I'd rather address them in real time,
I
otherwise
mean-
they get jumbled up.
It'll be real time, but I mean, as soon
Well,
as.
I'd rather than confuse it, I'd rather hear it one.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
fine.
okay, number 2. I have 4 total, so that's,
Wait a minute, you've got code right there.
okay.
Tony, you want to come out here? Oh, you're going to let Mike do it.
Michael Gainey, Code Compliance. I don't believe we have not responded to any complaints she's made within a reasonable amount of time.
Just anyone in general. I know of several complaints.
She's asking what would be a reasonable
What's
turnaround
reasonable
time.
across the board for code
You
complaints?
know, within a week, for sure. I mean, yeah, I don't believe she's got her information correct there. If you have several complaints, and forward them to me, and I will deal with
Other that.
people
that I've spoken with, so.
Well, give me that information, and I'll look it up.
There you go.
We'll
Yes,
do
sir.
it.
Okay, Tabitha,
And I'll
you have complaints that you've filed, and you've got copies of them?
I do have some that I have filed, but I'm kind of scared to file anymore because I have more that I need to, but the last time what
Wait,
happened was
Just
bad.
the ones that you have, forward them to him,
Okay.
okay?
But the
And
thing
he'll
is
get-
that what they
he'll
do with the
respond to
things
them
that
within-
they just call them and they don't actually go there. And I've been harassed. It's not good. Well, but, okay.
Well,
But-
he says he'll take care of it.
Okay.
Give him, let him have a shot.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Michael. Number 3. What is the adopted NOPC drainage standard for Sandestin?
The
Depends
NOPC,
on which-
What is the
You're looking-
adopted NOPC drainage standard for Sandestin?
Is Chance Powell still here?
so what I would say is that falls into the first question, Commissioners, and I think that's what you would want your engineer to opine on. You don't want me to offer a legal opinion on where this sits in litigation, because there is litigation that touches on this issue, but the answer should be, what is the acceptable drainage standard for Sandestin, is what she's ultimately answering. Let's let engineering give you that answer as an engineer, so that you have that. And if there's a new NOPC in the future, we have somebody's opinion on the books now for it. That's what I'd recommend.
He's not here. Is he? He's not here, is he?
Chance is right there. Come on in, Chance.
Chance,
Well, I think we're gonna give him that chance to get that information together if he's not prepared. I think asking for him to,
okay.
I'll let you look at the Nazi stuff.
All right, will you just let her know that you will get her that information?
Absolutely, we've got a meeting with,
Yeah, we're meeting tomorrow, as a matter of fact, on
Legal-
stormwater
actually,
issues.
tomorrow. We'll bring this up, we'll discuss it, and we'll bring something back at the next meeting.
Yeah, I knew it was this one.
Or,
If that's the, legal direction.
Sure.
Absolutely.
okay,
Yep.
thank you,
Thank you.
thank you. All right, 4?
Hang on. Can we, since she's been up here so many times, can we forward something to her instead, or does she have to wait until the next meeting? Can we give her an answer
I-
before the
do it in
meeting?
public.
I concur with that, Commissioner, because depending on what we present, I want to make sure that what is presented is not something that crosses into the pending litigation, which we know this touches on. We are trying to be judicious, that we know this expands beyond litigation. The problem is, the litigation is a small subset with which this is encompassed by. So we're trying to dance that dance, but I don't want to put Mr. Powell in a position where he's sending something out that he's not had a chance to present to the board as a whole. I think it needs to go to everybody at one time. But it shouldn't be to you and then not to her, shouldn't be to her, not to you. Let it go to everybody.
And you're having a meeting tomorrow.
And
Can we,
we'll make this part of that stormwater meeting.
Can we say for the limited purpose of answering that question, which is what the standard is, that we can give Mr. Powell permission to answer, period? I know that's highly unusual,
I want to talk to Mr. Powell. I know what other engineering opinions have been. I know what has happened in this with a variety of different engineering opinions. I would ask the board to have the professional courtesy to Mr. Powell as a PE, because he's going to be giving an opinion that is backed by his seal and by his professional standards. We want to give him the opportunity to do that. If he has to give part of that opinion and there are parts of it that he is not able to issue because of pending litigation matters, then I want to be able to talk to the board about why he should or should not do that. And I will give you that opinion, so I don't want to direct him to do something that he may not be able to put you or the board in the best position.
What's the specific case that's under litigation?
It's Mr. Osborne's appeal of his litigation with the county that's still at the First District Court of Appeal, that we had an executive session about, and I presented you with the court orders where these issues were all raised to the judge, and if the appeal is successful, the matter would come back before the board, or before the court, and it is entirely possible, depending on the court's ruling, if it is remanded, that those issues, including the drainage standard, would be subject to additional litigation in court. But I do believe Mr. Powell is probably going to be able to give an opinion consistent with what the board's heard on other projects that states what this is without crossing into that territory. But I don't want to obligate him to that. Just because I think he can do it, I think my experts can do a lot of things. They don't always succeed.
What I'm doing is I am just allowing an exercise of frustration to percolate outside. And I'm trying to say, for the entire time that I've been on the board, which is a little over 2 years, this thing about Sandestin it comes up, and everybody says, okay, well, we want to resolve Sandestin, or we want to resolve Sandestin, we want to get to the bottom, we'll get to the bottom. The only thing that I'm trying to understand or ascertain is what is the law and what jurisdiction has possession of making that opinion, or rendering that decision. Is there a judicial body, is there a government agency that said this is the law, or are we just back and forth to what one
I'll gladly come
body's
sit down.
opinion?
I'll gladly come sit down and go through those court orders with you again. I believe the circuit court here in Walton County has addressed this issue. And I believe they have made determinations about whether this is a justiciable issue at this point in time based on timeframes of compliance and standing issues. I'll go through those with you again. Ultimately, though, the reason that, again, I'm indulging a lot of this beyond what your rules would strictly allow is that if there is an NOPC filed,
I just want to
in the
get to
future, we're going to hear about it again. And one side's going to say, no, you can't. The other side's going to say, yes, you can. And what I can tell you is you're going to hear about it either way. You have to take the testimony at that point, so we might as well go ahead and address it.
Okay, go ahead.
And then my fourth question, please, is, has Sandestin been granted an adjustment to the NOPC that justifies not abiding by the standard that was adopted in 1984 and included the 8909 ordinance? I'm sorry.
There's,
So they,
in some, the board
has
adopted,
Sandestin been granted an adjustment to this NOPC?
the board adopted an NOPC in 2016. And to adopt an NOPC, was that correct, Commissioner Coe? 2017. Board adopted an NOPC in 2017. To do so, it had to find everything therein in compliance. It was an implicit part of the adoption.
Did we have to have hearings in any of this?
Yes, and there were multiple public hearings held.
Oh, yeah, there were hearings.
But,
So, okay,
so then the drainage standard had changed, and you said,
I'm not going to weigh in on whether it's changed or not. That's a question for the
that's the
engineer.
question that the engineer is going to answer.
okay, yeah, and that's
But she asked,
what
has
I
there
want the
been an
answers.
NOPC change from the original? There have been multiple NOPCs adopted by this board since the 70s.
But for the drainage standards, the 8909 that was adopted in 1984, that's the standard.
I think the question she's asking confuses the point that Mr. Powell is going to be answering. because it presumes there was a drainage standard change or there needed.
Well, there, to my knowledge, I'm trying, well,
So that's the ultimate question, right?
Was there a change in the drainage?
Well,
from-
the question is, what were the relevant drainage standards throughout each of the NOPCs? That is the ultimate question. If the drainage standard did change, so let's assume it did for a second, hypothetically, why did it change?
How would it have changed?
Correct, and who had the authority to change it? Those would be the next sets of questions. If it did not change, then that's a separate question altogether. But that's what Mr. Powell, I think, will be able to weigh in from an engineering perspective. What are the appropriate drainage standards for Sandestin? And we can look at that from a historical perspective under the NOPCs. And everybody may not like the answers, but those would be the answers. The board can then choose to accept that answer or choose that we just disagree, we don't like that answer, and he's your county engineer, but just like me, you get to disagree with my opinions. We work for you. You say you don't like our opinion, the board makes the call.
But at the end of the day, it's gonna be litigated, and there's gonna be a decision provided.
Well, if the DCA, depends on what the DCA does. If the DCA denies the appeal, it's already been litigated, is the circuit court's position. We have questions. I'm not gonna talk about the litigation. That's, I mean,
But the
we're trying,
stormwater
we're now
I'm just trying to figure out how we get to the end of this.
Regrettably, Commissioner, the answer to that question is we don't if Sandestin ever brings another NOPC forward. Because if we said, this is done, we're never gonna talk about it again right now, we're gonna accept what it is, period. Let's say the board says that, adopts a rule of procedure, and that's the end of it. And we said, we're not ever gonna hear another word about Sandestin. Sandestin can revive it all on its own the moment they file an NOPC. And it is probably illogical to assume they won't, based on what we know. So we're gonna hear about it again, but that's the other reason why I am encouraging the board to be mindful of your adopted rules, not just in litigation, but matters subject to public hearing. If we're gonna start talking about things that are gonna be subject to a future public hearing, the board, that says the board's not supposed to be entertaining comment on it until that time. So that's where we're in a tricky position.
So we do have a few questions we need to answer for you. So you have 6 seconds left. Go ahead.
thank you,
Anything
Brad,
else?
Danny, Danny, Dan, Donna, Clay, Stan, Melissa, everybody.
Thank you, Tabitha. Alan?
Okay, for the record, Alan Osborne, I just want to understand get Clay's clarification. It was Clay's position last time, and you can go watch it. All of you have the documents. I sent them to you multiple times, and you got them last night, so if you want to follow along, they're in your email. I have turned in over 10 code complaints, and I have proof of it. Unlike what Stan said, I do not. I want them enforced just like I told you. I'm taking
Alan,
another
Alan,
option.
Would you please just,
Yeah, I'm taking another option. I don't appreciate the fact that he lied. I want my, you
wait,
lied.
wait.
You
wait,
lied.
Excuse me, wait.
He's talking to me.
Okay, wait a minute, please.
Take charge of him.
Listen, I
You-
want, Alan, decorum in here.
He started.
Decorum in here.
Okay, let me go over this. He told you last time that I did not want code enforced. I wanted enforced. I've sent it to him in writing. I told him I'm doing another avenue. I filed a criminal complaint on him and the people who won't do it. But what I'm here to address is what Clay said. Clay said that it is his position that no NOPC has been applied for and that nobody, and that engineering takes the position that it's in compliance. I have documents right here I've only had since 21 because Sidney didn't turn them over, but y'all have them. And let me read what it says here because this is relevant. This is an address from Sandestin applying for an NOPC for drainage standards changes. Okay, it was never given to me in 12 years of litigation. This document proves I got it in 2021, and I've been giving it to you ever since.
Who wrote that letter?
It was written by Sidney Noyes.
No, what, the other one?
This was written by Danton Consulting, and it says in re, and you have it. It says, because this is part of my code complaint that Clay says I'm entitled to have enforced. I can give you all 6 or 7 copies of my codes that have been addressed. I can give you the letter I gave to Wade Wilmuth that has this. I can give you the letter I told Stan. I talked to Commissioner Drake. He told me to report it to Stan. And he says that Tony and them don't understand it. They've had it for 10 months. He says a week. So listen to what this says. Bob Horner, county engineer. This was hidden from me for years, and I got this proof that I didn't get it till 21. It says, please find the attached analysis for new DRI stormwater criteria and the arguments. It says, we've been meeting with Walton County, and the letter of the date is December of '09, right after you lost the special master hearing. It says, we've been meeting with them and coming up with new criteria. The attached ECA, Emerald Coast Associates stormwater analysis, is based on the agreed new stormwater standards between the county and the developer. It is the intent of Sandestin to submit this NOPC to change this. It says, please accept this letter with all attachments and supporting documentation as the formal submittal for your review and approval. As discussed, this is the NOPC intent to change it. And then he attaches Dean Burgess, who sits on your planning board and approves this. He attaches this and says, proposed stormwater criteria for the new one. When Becknell buys it, just a couple months later, this shows up as the stormwater criteria the county is using and Greg Graham uses. It's just proposed by Dean Burgess sitting on our planning board. Your engineer, Bob Horner, after this proposal comes up, he tells them that they cannot submit a stormwater change without driftwood and the vested area being included. This says so. He says right here to the county attorney, as I understand, Becknell's team has approached Renee Bradley about the upcoming developments. The DCA, this is your county engineer, and Greg Graham says it again in 2019. So in 2010, while I'm under litigation, but y'all can't admit it, or I'd have got a lot much bigger settlement. See, I'd have got a lot more money if this had been admitted. It says right here, from your engineer, Bob Horner, who was your senior stormwater engineer. He was fired 2 weeks after he wrote this letter. Okay, it says this.
Okay, Alan.
The DCA's interpretation of the stormwater requirements of the Sandestin DRI answer Mr. Drake's question, and that's the question he had, is it is a total retention of stormwater runoff until the threshold of the storm of 6.8 inches, 6.7 inches of rainfall, and the applicant's engineer. So this is an application, as it clearly states, for an NOPC on stormwater, and y'all never had it. And what happened was, I can go, does anybody want to hear me?
We have, well, you've gone almost 2 minutes over,
I
so
wanna
I
get
have
to
to.
the bottom of
but,
it.
But the thing of it is,
I wouldn't mind hearing it.
I do have that letter, and I just got that letter the other day. It was brought to my office
I
the
want
other
it to
day.
just be
So I do
exhaustive.
have it, so.
Okay, let me just finish, and let's get to the facts. If y'all want the facts, this is an application for a stormwater change, and it disappeared. It doesn't change the facts that the engineer admits what the state has directed them is the law, and the state writes them and says, hey, local government, if you want to change the law, propose it. Dean Burgess's proposal in here proposes to reduce it to like 2.33 inches, and he gives his methodology. The methodology doesn't matter. The law matters. And I've turned in code complaints that haven't been actioned, and I've told Stan I wanted them actioned, and I've told Mr. Drake, I've told you, I'm telling everybody, I make shows about it, y'all act like I don't know. Here's the DEO letter that Greg Graham then refers to and says, yes, as he's quitting, Board of County Commissioners, we've got to hold a hearing to change the law, because what's really happened is, now this proposal for stormwater, and now that I have the original, this proposal has now been adopted by Mac and them without legislative hearing. So what you had was a staff adopted new standards and skipped the public requirements. This clearly indicates, because here's Dean's other emails with when he's representing Becknell, and here's the email where it's a proposal. Where's the NOPC? So what Clay has said for years is false. The applicant made an application because the state told him he had to, and the staff knew it would show they were doing the wrong thing, and so I pay every
Considering I've
month.
not offered an
Why are
opinion
you-
on Sandestin, I don't believe it's appropriate to sit here and say I made any false statements. I've
I'm
not
talking about what you
opined.
said last time. You said
You
there's
said
been
that
no,
Okay.
you
okay.
said there's been no application, you told Tabitha for stormwater, and I'm sitting
There's
here.
Al,
not
wait.
been a current application for NOPC for stormwater.
It's
That's
right here, y'all never
A
actioned
current
it.
one. That's before I ever sat with
It
this board.
doesn't matter if it's, the
Okay,
ordinance is
okay,
before you
all
too.
right, all right.
But
Let's
he
just.
interrupted me.
I understand that, but let's finish this up.
But the
And I
problem
tell you
I-
what, I agree with you. I think that
Where are
needs
my
to be
code
checked.
complaints?
I don't know, but I think that Mike would be able to help with that too.
He said, Stan says they don't understand my complaints and that they're all so conflicted they can't investigate, which is why I'm trying to turn it into
Well, I tell
somewhere
you
else.
what, let us have an opportunity to look, that letter that you've got there now is.
You all have it.
Is, and you're absolutely right.
What
And
is the
so-
code complaint?
The code complaint was 2017 ordinance, whether Clay is right or I am right, I'm just calling Clay as the county. Whether I win or lose that, the finding of facts on that list 8909 as an ordinance that's still in effect, even if I lose that. And that ordinance is a settlement agreement with the court to follow these drainage standards. There's a reason Danny voted no for it, because he knows that he's seen these letters, and I sat in his golf cart with him and showed them to him that the state had issued a notice of violation. But for some reason, I've been in court since 2007 because I can't get an ordinance. And you know, if you paid $3,000 to $5,000 a month for litigation out of y'all's pockets, you'd be fed up with it too. But this says that Sandestin recognized on behalf of the developer that they had a compliance problem with the drainage. They applied for an NOPC, and it disappeared when Bob Horner was fired. And Renee's initials, where she received it, when Sydney sent me this letter, Renee's initials are on it. Max got it, Code's got it. And, you know, the bottom line is, and you know it, you are a legislative and enforcement body. Okay? That what I'm asking you to enforce is your code. Engineer is telling you that Sandestin meets state and local requirements, but Greg Graham said he agreed in this letter specifically with Dr. Harper's calculations that you paid for surveys on to make sure they were correct. You spent like $700,000, and now you want to argue over his methodology, but if you ask Chance, say, hey, does Sandestin, all the projects in it, do they meet the DRI standard, not the state standards? Because the state doesn't monitor the DRI, you do.
That's what we just said we'd ask for.
So we want the DRI standards. Well, two of your engineers in the county and the Florida Board of Engineers and the state and a special master and your expert, Dr. Harper, said that this is what the law is on the books. And your staff does not have the right to legislate their own laws. You can pass it. You could pass a 0% retention on Sandestin, and I could raise Cain, and nothing would happen. It would still be, if it was lawfully noticed, ask Clay. You could pass whatever you wanted.
Well, it needs to be right.
But there's a procedure for it. But the fact is, he's scared of that taking that's happened. And that's why he don't want to admit it or talk about it, because guys like me have to pay with their lives.
Well,
With their lives.
we will, Alan, thank you very
Liar.
much. Thank you.
This is proof. Application was
I
submitted.
understand. Is there anyone else? Ms. Harris? All right, excuse me, Alan? Okay.
When y'all heard the Moxie Hotel by the engineer, it was the meeting that I think Boots was his first time to be chair, the first meeting. When he did the Moxie Hotel, he was very specific. He told everybody he designed the Moxie Hotel to the drainage standard that Allen says is correct. He also said he could have saved Keith Howard could have saved a lot of money if the Moxie had been to the standard that the county was saying. After the meeting, I talked to him. I think Boots talked to him too, because that's the meeting where Boots stood up at the end and went back to the audience and said, no matter what in my term, I'm going to get to the bottom of this. But I don't think, knowing that that engineer told y'all, and y'all weren't here, 2 of you weren't here, but that engineer said that night very clearly, I spent months and hours going back to the original Sandestin DRI, and I read every paper in the file, and that's why I have designed it to the standard that Alan said. So I think y'all really need to look into this. It's an explosion. It's going to go on. It's been going on forever. You've got another engineer that says, I'm going to design something that's going to cost the owner a fortune rather than just doing it like this, which was your standard then. And I think we're at the point of just an explosion, and these things can't happen in the meeting. The most embarrassing thing that can happen in the meeting is that planning can't get y'all a ballot that you know how to vote for. And I have one other thing. I have 56 seconds. On HR, who in the hell would ever want to come to Walton County as an HR director? All they have to do is Google what's going on. HR director was brought here because of a problem with sexual harassment in HR. He wasn't brought here to interview, to look at applications. He wasn't brought here for any of that. He was going to talk to what y'all told me, and Stan said, he was going to talk to everybody that had quit because of Nathan. He was going to talk to all the employees there. He was going to talk to all y'all. That was his main reason that he was coming. Now it's turned into that he's running our HR department. What if we hadn't had him and a head of HR quit? Who would be running HR? Are we always going to go out and hire a law firm to come in? If planning director's fired tomorrow or quits, are we going to hire a prisoner group to come at a fortune to run planning? Y'all have got to get a plan here. This is just an embarrassment. Nobody ever talked to the girls. Now, somebody said, well, who are these people talking to? I can tell you who they're talking to. I have a file this thick of people in departments that have called me. I drove up beside one of your employees the other day in HR smoking a cigarette in their county car. Is that legal?
Nope.
Can an aide for an ex-commissioner, can she smoke in her car so much that you couldn't even drive the car because the smell was so bad? So if a prisoner group is running this, then prisoner group doesn't let somebody take 9 smoke breaks a day. They just don't do that. So I think whoever Stan needs an administrative, he's Matt, I don't know where Matt is, I guess he's just not here tonight, but you've never even hired an assistant to you that you would have your second in command to go help in these instances. I mean, I don't know if you're advertising for that or not, but we can't run around hiring attorneys to do this. And we can't take Clay's assistant attorney, even though Frankie's brilliant. You can't take her and stick her in HR. Y'all don't have a plan when something happens in a department. You've got department heads here. Melissa, if she drops dead tomorrow or is in a car wreck, who's going to run that? Who can really do Melissa's job? Nobody, because Melissa is brilliant when it comes to numbers. Y'all need to get a plan.
Totally
Todd.
agree.
Yeah, I think we're all in agreement.
Todd Roark. Excuse me. So I would like to offer my unsolicited opinion. I am still recruited today. I know about 30 recruiters. I know a professional headhunter.
You're hired.
HR.
You're hired. Second.
Professional HR recruiter in the financial institution world. It's the same thing. HR is HR. This is business. And I totally 100% agree. The purpose of the consultant that came in was to solve the problem. You've got to solve the problem because honestly, I wouldn't come and be your HR director, because I'm inheriting an unbelievable, unspeakable, embarrassing, that should have never happened. But you've got to fix the problem. When you hire the leader, I can come in and design all the process flows. I can do everything. I can put business controls in, process flows. I can make it efficient. I can outsource. Technology. That's what a leader does. But don't let this leader come in and have to deal with the sexual harassment issues. You've got to solve the problem. The root of the problem may not be in HR. I have no idea. But I do understand from all the women that have called me and asking me to be their voice, this is a county-wide issue. A county-wide issue in our government. It's not just HR. It's county-wide. So I'm speaking on behalf of a lot of women that are being, even men, that are being abused, and they're scared to death to come and talk to you guys, to any one of you. You know why? It's their job. I'm a single mother. I can't lose this. I'm losing my benefits. I will be harassed. I will be intimidated. They're scared to death. I'm not scared. I'm not scared. You've got to solve that problem. To come in, the leader that you're going to hire, and you want a leader, you want a strong leader,
Right.
and they cannot be from Walton County.
Right.
They cannot be from Bay County. They can't be from Okaloosa County. I can get you somebody out of Portland, Oregon. You need somebody to come in here with no history of Walton County, Okaloosa, the Panhandle. You need a leader. And that leader is going to solve those problems, because honestly, you can create all these process flows, but when I come in here and I'm hired, it's going to process flow the way I want it to process flow. I'm going to redo everything that you've already spent, I don't know, $1 million. You've got to get somebody in here temporarily. Everybody's got to have to report to Stan, because you don't have a second in command. You don't have a succession plan. I mean, Melissa definitely should have a succession plan, and Stan should have a succession plan. What happens if he gets hit? Everybody's screwed.
You're absolutely right. We are
And I've
in
offered
dire
my
need.
services. I've offered my services for free to the Paxton for the medical building, and you know what? They turned me down.
Well, can you help us? Can you give us a name of a headhunter that's for
I'll
HR?
have a name for you. Probably what's today?
Okay.
Tuesday.
Today's Tuesday. Yes.
Yeah, I'll
If
get
you
with
would,
Mr.
that
If you're
would be
okay with me
wonderful.
reaching directly out to you?
Yep.
I'm not trying to step on anyone's toes.
Todd, we need help.
I will be glad to do whatever.
If you know, and obviously you came from the business world, you have those connections that we don't have. So if you can help us with that and give us some direction on somebody that we can reach out to find us someone to work in this county, to be a fantastic HR person, this can be a wonderful county. Things can be done beautifully.
I tell everybody, why would you not want to come I don't understand why we have medical, we have a mental health issue. I can't understand. We live in paradise. Why would anyone not want to live here?
Right. But we have hope.
Well, so anyway, I appreciate, I'm just telling, I will provide and. Yes, and
Thank you
so much.
very,
I
very
would-
much. Is there anyone else that wanted, yes, ma'am?
Commissioner,
Yes.
Chairman, I would just like to say, in Devin's defense,
He is good. I was
he is
thinking him
very
too.
good.
Yeah.
Melissa has a succession plan, and she is preparing him every day, and he is sharp as a tack.
Yes.
So,
Yes, he
and
is.
I can't sit here and let people not defend him.
And I do
So-
want to mention that my succession plan, Devin has, he has passed his first part of his CPA exam, and he finds out, I think tomorrow, about the second and the third. So he is
Wonderful.
rolling along.
Wonderful. Great job. Okay, can you tell us your name?
Barbara Breerwood,
Okay.
Breerwood. I would like to express my disappointment in one person who abruptly interrupted Mrs. Landry and spoke to her in an extremely loud voice while she was up at the podium. It's hard enough to stand up at this podium, but to be treated in an
ungentlemanly-like manner by the acting accounting attorney is just awful. Mrs. Landry is a very respectful lady and treats all of you with respect. She didn't deserve to be spoken to and interrupted in that manner. Proper decorum should definitely apply to the county attorney, the acting county attorney. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, Mr. Herring?
David Herring, I just had a question when I was out of town for work. When was the new rules or the new garbage pickup go into effect? When does that go into effect?
First of March?
Yes, sir.
May
May
1.
1. Okay. So I found out, and I didn't know this, there's only one garbage can gonna be provided per household. Is that correct?
You can get a 96-gallon one, or you can get a smaller one, or you can, there's small, medium, and large. The large, I think, is 96 gallons, so.
Okay.
You can buy an extra one if you want one, though.
I was going to say, you can buy an extra one, but the first one's free.
Okay, my question is, this contract, the money that's raised, when we voted on this sales tax, back all those years ago, was to provide curbside pickup service at a residence. It didn't say anything about a limit to one garbage can, and that's what would be provided to tax collectors, or taxpayers. So when y'all made this contract or whatever, in North Walton County and Villa Tasso area, all the cleanup that you done in Villa Tasso, what you're gonna see is you're gonna start seeing dumps on the side of the road. It's because a lot of people in the north end, south end, they can't afford a $90 garbage can, an extra garbage can to put trash in, and then they're gonna leave it curbside because they're not gonna pick it up unless it's in a garbage can. That's gonna cause a problem for county. So that's something that needs to be looked into of, you're gonna have issues. So the other thing is what they talked about with pay compression on the employees. I worked with the state for county and the state for 26 years. When you have a jump in pay and you do not increase the person that's been with that agency for 10, 15, 20 years, morale goes in the dumps. So when y'all look at this, and if y'all get serious about it, you need to be looking at the employees that's been here 10, 15 years, because they may be training a person making the same money. And that's not fair to that person that's training this person in this position, in the position that they're coming in. So I'm speaking for anybody that's long-term that stayed with an agency for a long time. I mean, Stan knows with the sheriff's department, it was the same way when he worked with them all those years. You'd see a pay increase at the bottom level, but you didn't see no pay increase as people that have been there a long time. So you need to look and take care of your long-time employees, not just the newcomers that's coming in. Okay?
Thank you.
Completely agree.
That's what Melissa's been telling us, too. So,
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Herring, H-E-R-R-I-N-G.
Okay. The meeting is adjourned.